the last 9 games of the last 2 years in the Stanley Cup Finals, Stuart Skinner has a .904 save percentage. The man he'll face tonight, Sergei Bobrovsky, in those same 9 games, has a .904 save percentage. Bobrovsky has been very good so far in this series. He's at .913, and Skinner is at .892. But isn't that crazy? They're both at .904 over the balance of the 9 games played between the two teams over the last 2 years. Taking a look at Florida. Sasha Barkov with Carter Verhaeghe and Sam Reinhart, Sam Bennett with Evan Rodriguez and Matthew Tkachuk. We will tell you sometimes they flip Verhaeghe and Rodriguez on the left side. Lundell, Losterinen, and Marchand have been the best line in the series. We mentioned A.J. Greer's back in. This will be his 13th career playoff game. He'll be with Nosek and Gadjevich. Forsling and Ekblad. Ekblad playing 33-16 in game number 2. The Panthers had 3 defensemen over 32 minutes. Jones at 32-23. Forsling at 32-54. Ekblad at 33-16. Kulikov and Jones. Schmidt, who's got 4 assists in the series. And Niko Mikkola and the aforementioned Sergei Bobrovsky in goal. The expected goals for 5v5 in the series, 50.4 for Edmonton, 49.6 for Florida. That is as close as you can get through the first couple games. Florida third in goals for, first in goals against. Edmonton number 1 in goals for, fourth in goals against in the playoffs. 19 minutes left till face-off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure they were probably saying that same thing. I think they were probably in Edmonton, the whole city's against them, and, they want to come out and ruin your night, and, we're looking to ruin Florida's night tonight.
That is Evander Kane of the Edmonton Oilers. It's got a Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. Well, Connor McDavid is on a 7-game point streak in the playoffs. He's got 3 goals and 14 points during that stretch. Leon Draisaitl's on an 8-game point streak, 5 goals and 14 points. It's pretty good when you got 7 and 8-game point streaks during the course of the playoffs. We can confirm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is 100% in for tonight's game. He's listed as a starter on the line with McDavid and Corey Perry. So there's some good news for you in OilCountry. Stay tuned following the game for the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel, we got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. The best part about tonight is when we do the out-of-town scoreboard. It's brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There are no other games tonight because we're in the Stanley Cup Final. We will mention TJ Oshie retiring from the National Hockey League after a stellar career with St. Louis and Washington, and a very impressive U.S. resume as well, scoring some big goals for the Americans over the years. And Bob Bugner, who worked with Warren Reichel on those powerhouse Windsor teams. Warren's now the head of pro scouting for the Edmonton Oilers. Warren Reichel's old buddy Bob Bugner, the new assistant coach for the New York Islanders. 12 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. We're in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Home and no payments and no interest for a year. And we are live in Sunrise, Florida at Amerant Bank Arena, the home of the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Let's bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, this series probably deserves to be tied 1-1, and it's been a hell of a series through the first two games, a pair of overtime games.
Well, we had expectations that this was going to be a fantastic series, and the physicality and the star power and goaltenders making big saves, but I'm not sure that even the most optimistic analysts would have thought they'd be as good as they were the first two games. And I agree, it would have been unfair to either of these teams to be up 2-0 or down 2-0. This was a series that has been so equal. Chances both ways, both teams having an opportunity to win games in overtime, both teams having goalies make big saves and saving their opportunity or saving those chances. It goes to Florida tied 1-1, and Bob, I think it should be.
All right. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins did not take a lot of face-offs from the middle of the second period through the third period. Of course, to say that things are under tight wraps is to say the least. He is going to play tonight. We have no idea what it is. We might have a bit of an idea what it is. But nonetheless, that's an important player to remain in the Oilers lineup, especially given the massive absence of Zach Hyman, who led the NHL in goals last year.
Well, had RNH been out of the lineup, the Oilers would have been out without their third and fourth best forwards. So it would have been huge. And one of the reasons that the Oilers are able to put Connor and Leon together at times is because you have RNH that can center the second line. So it would have been huge. But it's funny, I've done a number of interviews, and we talked with Bryn earlier. There was zero chance he was missing this game. If he did not have a cast on, or if he wasn't on crutches, he was playing in tonight's hockey game. So is he compromised? Yes, but I bet you there's 5 or 6 players on each team that is also compromised right now. You play through it, and 10 days from now, hopefully you're celebrating with the Stanley Cup, and at that point you can discuss whatever injuries ailed you through the playoffs. But every one of these players right now is playing through something. But this is a Stanley Cup Finals. You are not missing these hockey games.
All right, let's talk a bit about the change to the Oilers' defense. They're going to break up the pairing of Nurse and Kulak that I thought in particular were having some problems under the ferocious Florida forecheck. Nurse will play with Klingberg and Kulak and Wallman. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that there were things that Knobloch didn't like in game 1 and 2 in his own zone. And we've seen Chris Knobloch over I guess this would be his 8th series in the playoffs coaching, that in the first couple games he gets a feel for what his team is doing, what the opposition is doing, and then games 3 and 4 he starts to make adjustments. And the record that he has over the final 4 through 7 games shows that most of his adjustments have worked out very, very well. So the thing with the Oilers, they've played with so many players. They all interchange throughout the season. They've had so many injuries down the stretch that it's not hard for these players to get pushed into a different situation, playing with a different player. But the key for tonight, for the 2 new pairings, will be communication. Because when you have a team that forechecks as hard and as fast as the Florida Panthers do, you have to have your teammate, your defensive pairman, yelling and telling you where to move the puck so that as you're getting crushed into the glass, you put the puck in the right spot.
Rob, these teams are so evenly matched and so good, there's going to be dominant swings during the process. Florida's had 2 strong second periods of long changes. tonight they get A.J. Greer back, and I know Jesper Boquist is fast, but he's small. And Greer's a big, heavy hammer. This team plays with an identity that nobody else does. Now, that said, they're awesome on the road. They're 9-3 on the road. They're only 4-3 at home. I have no idea why that's the case. But, you know, I expect Florida to come out with a big performance here in the first period.
I agree, and I think it's just a blip, the home record right now, and you just hope that it doesn't start to straighten out to the way you would think it would be, where all of a sudden they're 7-3 by the end of the playoffs. They are a big physical team and just got another big physical player back into their lineup. Their fourth line was very good, and probably a little more trust for the coaching staff, knowing that they got Greer back there instead of a Boquist. So maybe that gives the fourth line a few more minutes in this hockey game. But if the Oilers' defense thought that they were being manhandled a little bit physically through the first two games, well, they're going to see a little bit more of it, because Greer is big, he is fast, and he finishes every check.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Stuart Skinner on the game-winning goal. I mean, it was a tough play. It's a breakaway. Brad Marchand went 2 for 2 on breakaways. How about this, Rob? In the 9 games played between these two teams over the 2 years, the save percentage for the two goalies is the same, .904. Does that surprise you at all?
It does, because this should be a huge advantage to the Florida Panthers. They got, I would say, at this point in the NHL, he's the best money goaltender in the world. So if your goaltender is close to him, then you have advantages other places in your lineup that you should be able to find ways to win if your goaltender matches the great one on the other side. So Skinner's been very good in this series. Bobrovsky's been excellent in this series. And as this series moves forward, as we've seen with the way the first two games have been, that one extra save has got both team a victory. So both Skinner and Bobrovsky will be tested. I think that the Florida Panthers, as you said, will come out hot and heavy. If that's the case, Stuart Skinner's going to have to make a few saves early in this hockey game to help the Oilers survive, which probably will be a very quick 10 minutes for the Florida Panthers.
There you go. The first 10 minutes, that'll be a huge key for the Oilers. And that's the Ford Keys to the Game, brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Jack Michaels with the call. Up next, live from Amerant Bank Arena. Game 3, Stanley Cup Final. The Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers tied 1-1. Up next on the Oilers Radio Network.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready.
Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
We freaking killed it, Nuge.
That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice, guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Steel Haas Triton, 2 legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steel Haas is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steel Haas Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhaasinc.com for more information.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for PC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
We're live live in Sunrise, Florida for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers, with the Panthers having scratched out a 5-4 overtime verdict on Friday night to even this best-of-7 Stanley Cup Final at a game apiece and essentially reduce it to a best-of-5 and a Game 3 that's often the tipping point. Historically, in the last 30 Stanley Cup Finals that have been tied at one game apiece, the Game 3 winner has won on 23 occasions. Let's get a look at our Coventry Ohms starting lineup. I'm Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer to my immediate right, and of course Bryn and Rob back in our 880 Chad Studios, the flagship home of the Oilers radio network. The biggest news, of course, is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins will be in Edmonton's lineup tonight opposite Connor McDavid at center, and of course Corey Perry on the right-hand side. Nugent-Hopkins didn't take a lot of face-off, didn't take any really the last half of the game on Friday night, so we'll keep an eye on that in terms of his effectiveness. But that's the line that starts in front of goaltender Stuart Skinner. Defensive pairings, Evan Bouchard and Matthias Ekholm remain intact. We're expecting to see a lot of Kulak and Wallman, Nurse and Klingberg tonight. Your starting lineup brought to you by Coventry Ohms, offering flexibility within reach. Get back in the game with customizable designs by Coventry Ohms, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers. On the Florida side, the Panthers counter with Sergei Bobrovsky in net. He has stopped 42 of 46 shots in each of the first two games of this series. And historically in the Stanley Cup Final, he's played to a save percentage of 93 at home as compared to 85 on the road. Gustav Forsling and Aaron Ekblad, their top defensive pairing, will start in front of Bobrovsky. And a line that, quite frankly, needs to get going from a Florida standpoint. Alexander Barkov at center with Reinhart and Verhaeghe, the wingers. Barkov and Reinhart do not have any points in this series and are a combined -7 in the first two games. And yet, Florida has played Edmonton, as Bob has noted throughout our pregame show, essentially even, with the Oilers winning game one by a count of 4-3 in overtime and Florida prevailing 5-4 in double overtime. One note, Chris Knobloch, of course, coaches Edmonton. Paul Maurice on the Florida side, and the veteran coach for the Panthers can win his 1,000th game tonight. 1,000 combined regular season and playoff victories. That's your table setter. Edmonton, Florida. 5 consecutive games decided by 1 goal, and in this Stanley Cup Final, through nearly 9 periods of play, they've been separated by more than 1 goal, exactly 77 seconds. 2 absolute beauties in Edmonton. Now the scene shifts to Florida for tonight's Game 3 and Thursday's Game 4. Oiler fans scattered throughout the building tonight, but definitely Florida feeling that home ice vibe. It has not paid off for the Panthers to the same degree that they've done on the road this year. The Panthers are only 4-3 at home in the postseason. They are 9-3 away from home. And the Oilers, of course, come in with 6 wins in their last 7 games on the road, including closeout victories in Dallas and in Vegas, 2 of the tougher places to play in the Western Conference. Florida on home ice this year was not exceptional. So we'll see whether Edmonton, who lost a Game 7 in this building last June 24th, can regain home ice advantage with a win tonight in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. John Acosta's ready with our anthems.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Nearly 20,000 people can cram into Amerant Bank Arena, and last June 24th, they saw the Panthers win their first Stanley Cup in a Game 7 Classic against Edmonton by a score of 2-1. The first two games of this Stanley Cup final were decidedly classics, but for different reasons. 4-3, 5-4 tight games, 3 overtimes, ebbs and flows, and 4 lead changes over the two games for the first time, actually the second time in 42 years. In short, it's been magnificent through 2 periods, 2 games, 9 periods, and now we've got Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. McDavid against Barkov, and we're underway with Edmonton having controlled the opening face-off. The Oilers in the white outlined in orange and blue pour into the offensive zone. Florida in the red with the blue pants and white trim, challenging up top. Bouchard a shot, and a save made by Bobrovsky. Is that puck available for just a moment? And Perry trying to dislodge, only to have it whistled down. 16 seconds into this hockey game. And again, Bob, strength on strength, very minimal margins when you look at the first 2 games. Maybe an advantage for Florida on the third line, but Edmonton's top players, McDavid and Draisaitl, have gotten out of the blocks a lot quicker than Florida's top players.
And I guess if you're an Oilers partisan, that's something that you're a little nervous about, is will there be a significant pushback from Florida's top-end players? And conversely, the Oilers need a little bit more support further down the lineup.
Face-off win for Alexander Barkov, the Florida captain, and it's chipped out through center. Ekholm and Bouchard, who did not skate as a pair yesterday in practice, but will begin tonight's game. And then a little spin move by McDavid, taken off his feet, dishes Perry a shot, and that's brushed aside by goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. And McDavid, not quite certain there shouldn't have been a penalty called there by veteran referees Wes McCauley and Francis Chiron, working in tandem with linesmen Scott Cherry and Trent Knorr. A face-off coming to Bobrovsky's left-hand side. Sergei Bobrovsky and Stuart Skinner, your goaltending matchup.
So they're going to go third line here out against the Draisaitl line.
And that means Anton Lundell, whom Bob and I have seen replace Barkov numerous times over the years when Barkov's been banged up and out of the lineup. as Florida's frontline center. And then Marchand, of course, will remind no one of a third-line player, even at age 37. Off the draw, the right-hand side, the Panthers quickly punch it forward on net, and Marchand with a dangerous jab, and Nurse trying to ride him out of there, and Marchand gives ground. Nurse chases him all the way to the half wall just to let him know that sort of effort will not be appreciated tonight. But Brad Marchand, 7 goals, 17 points.
Great pickup.
I mean, he's right there with Sam Bennett in terms of the leading scorer this year for Florida in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Absolutely critical, because Reinhart clearly has been playing through an injury, as has Matthew Tkachuk.
Draisaitl digs in against Lundell, and off the draw, it's Lundell. Takes it hard behind the net and then tried a short side pass. Came back to Lundell. Marchand shoots and scores. 1-0 Florida. 56 seconds in. The man who ended Game 2 opens the scoring in Game 3.
Well, that line again. And the wrong guy got the puck. The guy with the hottest stick going right now is Brad Marchand. And a quick one.
It's only the second time ever that 3 players had arrived in this game with 3 goals in the first 2 games. Marchand was one of them. Now he has 4 in the series.
The Oilers completely had perimeter around the net, but nobody could find the loose puck. And Marchand's got his 8th of the playoffs, Jack. Broken
Lundell,
play.
the primary assist. So 4 goals for Marchand. The other players with 3 are Draisaitl and Sam Bennett. That had not happened in the Stanley Cup Finals since 1932. And if I'm feeling courageous, I'd ask you, Bob, for a scouting report on Busher Jackson. But my guess is even you're not ready for that one.
I can't go that far back.
Marchand took extra time, Bob, to make sure Kapanen was clear, and he had a lane open before shooting that into the vacant net. Marchand from Lundell, 56 seconds in. Face-off back at center. And Sam Bennett wins the draw against Victor Arvidsson, who took it instead of Matthias Janmark. Panthers spill it in. Here's Janmark firing it from beyond center. Podkolzin's speed negates icing. Dmitry Kulikov for the Panthers. Up the right-hand side comes Sam Bennett. 2-on-2 for the Florida Panthers, moving right to left. Bennett looked for a return pass from Rodriguez, but it was broken up, and Brett Kulak will put it up the left-hand glass. Edmonton thought initially it was out of play, ruled otherwise, and now Podkolzin creates a 3-on-2. Here's Janmark to Jake Wallman. Lost the handle. And Mikkola was blasted by Janmark, but did manage to get the puck back to Nate Schmidt, who has 4 assists in the first 2 games of this series. Mikkola up to center, and he'll rifle it behind the Edmonton net, taken by Stuart Skinner. Evan Bouchard with a high flip back through the middle, and then funneled back in by Seth Jones. But Gadjevich was still lingering. 1 lineup change for Florida. They get A.J. Greer, a battle-tested banger in his 9th season, back from injury. He'll replace Jesper Boqvist, who offered speed, but Greer fits in nicely with Gadjevich on the wings with Tomáš Nosek in the middle. And now Nosek is going to be waved out of the circle, replaced by Greer, who won the face-off cleanly. And that's ripped in from center ice by Nico Mikkola. Greer and Rodriguez, both products of Boston University. Gadjevich to Greer. Tries to sneak down the wall. Henrique on him. Greer got away, shoveled it back to the point for Mikkola. Left-hand side, Greer will put it back behind the net. 2 1/4 gone by in the first period. Panthers have jumped out 1-0. Shot by Seth Jones. That sailed wide. Gadjevich unable to hammer it in short side. And Trent Frederick races over to make a clear to center ice for Edmonton. Gadjevich will shovel it in. And now Stuart Skinner out to handle it. Oilers with control. Klingberg up the right-hand side. Nifty move by McDavid. He got through Barkov again, as he did on the brilliant setup to Leon Draisaitl in Game 2. Nugent Hopkins looking to contain down low along the end boards, and finally dug out and cleared up the left-hand side. Here's Carter Verhaeghe over the line and punched on net. A save made on Forsling, who had filled the lane coming down the middle. Lead pass down center ice, handled by Bobrovsky himself for Florida. And then Ekholm was able to hold the zone. Nugent Hopkins around the boards. Perry let it go through to Bouchard, who gets it back from Ekholm, moves to the high slot and shoots into the glove of Bobrovsky, who makes the save with 3 minutes and 17 seconds having elapsed in this first period. Marchand from Lundell, 56 seconds in, and Florida 1-0 lead in Game 3.
Well, it'll be important to see how Evander Kane, Leon Draisaitl, and Kasperi Kapanen bounce back after a tough 5v5 shift where the puck ended up in the net. And a different defense pairing out with them right now.
Tricky save made by Skinner against Forsling on that
was
last
a good
rush.
opportunity. This is exactly what we thought we'd see from Florida. Very similar to Game 7 last year. They had a lot of jump early.
Off the face-off, Marchand hustles it through the middle, but we got a penalty coming against Florida for a trip.
Yep.
And the Panthers were moving through the neutral zone and got nailed for tripping. And I think it's going to be Lundell going to the box.
Well, this is part of Edmonton's game that has to improve. They're just 2 for 2 on the power play. And they're only +1 in goal differential on the power play because, of course, Brad Marchand scored a shorty. And Lundell is a good penalty killer for them, so that's an important guy out of the mix.
So Edmonton gets a power play. Now, the Oilers have scored in 7 straight games with a man advantage. 2 for 10 in this series, but as Bob mentioned, a killer shorthanded goal against in Game 2. Off the faceoff, hammered by Ekblad off the glass, and Bouchard was smart there. He shouldered that out of play, but the officials are still going to say neutral zone faceoff. Bouchard tried to say, hey, that never left the zone, and now the Oilers are really frustrated with this call. Bouchard is saying, I'm standing inside the line. I'm the one who put it out of play with my left shoulder, and if I'm inside the line, how can that be ruled a neutral zone faceoff? And they're going to talk about it. And they're moving it back in. So Bouchard in a rare situation where you win the argument. So McDavid and Perry line up in the slot. Draisaitl on the face-off dot to the right of Bobrovsky. Bouchard at the point. Nugent Hopkins on the half wall. This is an Atco Energy Power Play. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. And Draisaitl wins it cleanly. Nugent Hopkins back to Bouchard as the Oilers look to tie the game. Bouchard to McDavid, centering pass broken up. McDavid gets it right back. Flips out to Evan Bouchard, and then down low for McDavid. Steered to Leon Draisaitl, off to Bouchard. McDavid loading up left circle. Nugent Hopkins tried to give it back to him, and it was poked free and down the ice. Draisaitl and Corey Perry, the team leaders on the power play in the playoffs with 4 goals each. Here's McDavid, left to right, gaining the line. Pulls up, right circle, knocked off his stick. Draisaitl is there with support of the half wall. Double teamed. Club back to the line by Mikkola, but held in by Bouchard. Slides to the right and off to Draisaitl. Down low to McDavid, coming off the goal line. McDavid a shot and a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound Nugent Hopkins, curled back to Bouchard, a slapper. Redirected and a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound swatted away from Draisaitl. Kept alive by McDavid. Right point. No stick for a Florida player. That's 5-on-3.5. No stick, no stick. Here's McDavid. Jitterbugging, centering, a shot, a save, rebound Nugent Hopkins, and that stayed out. McDavid will track it down left point. Crossing for Bouchard, top of the right circle. Curled back to Nugent Hopkins. McDavid, top of the left circle, still off 5-on-3.5. Bouchard steps in between circles, shoots, and that stayed out and climbed out of play. Huge break for Florida. Bobrovsky had no idea where that shot from Bouchard was going, but he got a deflection in front, and even better for the Panthers, it climbed over the plexi.
Well, Chris Knobloch will tell you, despite the fact that the power play is just 2 for 10, they're getting lots of chances. I mean, a point-blank look for McDavid and a great left pad save, and then Nugent Hopkins couldn't bag the rebound.
Yeah, I think that was heading wide, although it might have ticked off Bobrovsky's glove. Now Adam Henrique out for the final 30 seconds of this Atco power play with Kane, Arvidsson, Klingberg, and Wallman. And remember, Wallman, like Bouchard, can really shoot it from the point. He's unhappy with the ice in the high slot as the puck is dropped, snapped by Kane, cross ice, held in by Wallman. He'll work it down low to Arvidsson. Wide open. Klingberg a drive, redirected, and a save made on Henrique by Bobrovsky. Anticipated it and got it with the right pad. Klingberg snapped it back to Wallman. This second power play unit really moving it. Wallman, and now a penalty. Kane jostling with Forsling in front. And he's going to be sent off by Francis Chiron, and he is really unhappy with this call. Power play was just about over. 9 seconds of 4-on-4 coming. Let's get the call.
Edmonton, number 91, minor penalty for cross-checking.
Cross-check against Evander Kane. And Kane is not a guy. Well, that's a cross-check. They just showed it on the Jumbotron. Now, typically, he is not a guy who will spend a lot of time arguing with officials, despite the fact he's off at a target. But that was
a huge kill here for the Oilers.
That was well earned. Well, right now it's 4-on-4 for 9 seconds, and then Lundell will sprint out of the box. Henrique against Sam Bennett, 4-on-4, won the faceoff cleanly. Bouchard to Ekholm, and it's rimmed off the left-hand glass and out. Nugent Hopkins is the other member of the Oilers on the ice. Bennett will carry it back in, top of the right circle. A shot and a glove save made by Stuart Skinner against the hottest man in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the man who leads the league with 13 playoff goals. Draisaitl is second with 10. 5 1/2 gone by in this first period. The Oilers already 8 shots on net, but they trail 1-0. And Florida on the power play. This is a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill for the Oilers, 66% for the playoffs.
This is their second unit out here.
And we've seen this before, though. Bennett, you've got Bennett, Marchand, and Verhaeghe on a second unit. That's a luxury that few teams can say they have. Off the draw, it's cleared by the Oilers, though. Nate Schmidt back in his own end. Nugent Hopkins and Henrique have been changed out for Janmark and Brown. Pressure up the ice. Panthers gain the line. Here's Marchand, turned it over, and it's an easy clear for Janmark. Only got it back as far as center, and Verhaeghe will slam it back in for the Florida Panthers. Left for Kulak, and the Panthers were lingering. That's an offside whistled against Florida, and a faceoff will come all the way back to the other end. Or are they going to drop it neutral?
Well, the Oilers are not happy.
Yeah, I thought they were going to call that a deliberate offside and bring it all the way back into the Florida end. For now, it looks like the face-off dot just outside the blue line.
That cost Edmonton a full clear. They had to tag back up on side.
Now they're going to drop it at center, so they decided to split the difference. And it's Barkov with Florida's top unit out there. The Panthers, in the last 2 Stanley Cup finals prior to this one, 1 for 35 on the power play. And as Bob mentioned, in this series, 2 for 6. Errant pass, Barkov to Reinhart, held in by Seth Jones. Played a fine game in Game 2 and scored a goal. Barkov tried to chip it back to the point. No one home. Miscommunication there. McDavid and Kapanen will change, as will Nurse and Kulak. Janmark and Brown back out there for Florida, along with Ekholm and Bouchard. Matthew Tkachuk over the line, left wing, centered, and missing a sitter was Sam Reinhart. And it's been that kind of series for Reinhart. Here's a wrist shot that was deflected wide. That was a beautiful look, and Reinhart missed an open net. Reinhart again in the slot. Gives it up for Seth Jones. Hesitates, wanders down, top of the left circle. Kicks it back for Ekblad. Jones in the corner to Ekblad. Jones, left half boards, high slot. Reinhart, one time in front by Tkachuk, and Barkov didn't get much of a shot off. Little half nudge that Stuart Skinner easily swallows up with 23 seconds left in this Napa Auto Parts penalty kill.
Should be 2-0. Edmonton's lucky. Henrique had a great chance. McDavid had a great chance on their power play for Edmonton, but
Reinhart, that's a tap in. And he has just struggled mightily in this final. Missed a breakaway.
The Oilers got to stop that seam. They've been able to crack the seam on Edmonton multiple times here.
Got a power play goal in Game 1, courtesy of a seam pass to Brad Marchand. And there it was again. Almost 7 minutes deep in this first period. 1-0 Florida off the draw. Trickles right at Skinner's feet, and he'll freeze it again. Still 21 seconds left in the cross-checking minor assessed to Evander Kane. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you on our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. High atop Amerant Bank Arena, home of the Florida Panthers and the Stanley Cup champions. Edmonton trying to unseat Florida. Off the draw. Jones to Ekblad. Snapshot. Save. Skinner. Rebound. Hammered down the ice by Brett Kulak. And that will do it for the Florida power play. Sam Reinhart missing a tap-in off a brilliant feed from Matthew Tkachuk. Verhaeghe will flick it into the zone. Kane comes charging out of the box. 5-on-5. Kulak a turnover. And now Bennett with a handoff from Marchand. Then tried to flip it in front for Verhaeghe. And the Oilers a little flirting with disaster action. But Draisaitl got it ahead for McDavid. Bottled up by Mikkola as he hit the Florida line. Lead pass too far for Bennett. And that's going to be icing against the Panthers with 12 and a half to go in the first period. Edmonton has outshot Florida 9-5. But it's the Panthers who lead it 1-0. Brad Marchand in the game's first minute from Anton Lundell. And now Kane stays out there with McDavid and Draisaitl for a 5-on-5 shift in the Florida zone. Nurse and Klingberg paired together by Paul Coffey. Friday was the first time in the Stanley Cup playoffs that the Oilers lost when out shooting their opponent. Outshot Florida 46-42. They've been 11-0. That was their first defeat. Here's McDavid to John Klingberg. He'll gain the line and send it off the glove of Gustav Forsling. Game one, of course, the Oilers rallied from a third-period deficit. First time that had happened under Paul Maurice in Florida. Now we've got another penalty. Did a stick get up high?
Well, Marchand snapped his head back to draw the call. He's saying he's leaking. This might be 4.
Kane again. Evander Kane, who just got out of the box. Then an offensive zone faceoff.
Edmonton, number 91, minor penalty. High sticking.
Just a 2. But when we come back, Florida already with a 1-0 lead in Game 3. We'll go to the power play for the Oilers. A crucial Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Brad Marchand has given the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers a 1-0 lead. This is Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
End of the Row Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Evander Kane in the box once again, this time for high sticking. And the Oilers have already killed 1 penalty, will have to do so again here in the first period. Third power play of the hockey game, and we're inside 8 minutes. And, of course, there were 10 power plays the other night in a double overtime classic at Rogers Place where Florida prevailed. to even this series at a game apiece. The pivotal game 3. And off the draw, Henrique will locate Bouchard on the far side. Racing over, Seth Jones holds the zone, and then a great interception by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who looks none the worse for wear as he picks off that pass in the slot and sends it the length of the ice. He'll change along with Henrique. Brown and Janmark back on for the Oilers to join Nurse and Kulak, your Nap Auto Parts foursome. Centering pass from Barkov. Kept alive by Aaron Ekblad in the high slot. Curls it over. Seth Jones snapped it down low. Matthew Tkachuk gives it up. Barkov took his eye off it. Boy, he is struggling offensively in this series. Able to regain Seth Jones. One touch ahead for Sam Reinhart, who missed a point-blank tap-in on the last Florida power play. Here he's able to fish it off of Janmark, get it out to the high slot, and it's sent down low for Barkov. Nurse blasts him against the corner boards. An attempted clear by Janmark does not succeed, and for the moment, the Panthers will keep it alive. Tkachuk thought he was cross-checked, not called. Ekblad over to Seth Jones, and Ekblad shovels it down low for Reinhart. Now Tkachuk steps in, shoots, and a save made by Skinner. Awkward angle right circle. Ekblad on the rebound, out to the point, held in by Sam Reinhart. That was a good play at the line, but now Ekblad under duress, double teamed, and it's dug out by Kulak and cleared by Janmark. Florida power play inside 25 seconds. 10.5 to go in the first period. 1-0 Florida on a goal by Brad Marchand with an assist to Anton Lundell. Here come the Panthers. Slid ahead by Rodriguez, turned over by Brad Marchand. Here comes Connor McDavid. Kapanen joins the rush. McDavid had his pocket picked. Cleared ahead for Sam Bennett. He waits. He gains the line. Bennett dropped it off. Open man. Shot Rodriguez. And a save made. Broken stick Marchand. That might have caught Marchand's stick as he came into Stuart Skinner. And Edmonton has killed off another Florida power play. Still a 1-0 game. But Colson flashing through the middle. And we've got a hand pass whistle. No, or we got a penalty or too many men.
I think it's too many men on Edmonton. I think they caught him here.
Too many men on Edmonton?
I think that's going to be the call.
Edmonton, bench minor penalty, too many men on the ice.
Good call, partner. 9:51 to go in the first. And Florida, midway through the first period, about to get its third power play. Couple of unforced errors. This one, too many men against the Edmonton Oilers. And the Panthers back on the man advantage. When we return to Sunrise, Florida, it's Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the Black Appearance Package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store. Visit Ford.ca today.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
9:51 remaining first period. The Florida Panthers with a 1-0 lead on a goal by Brad Marchand. His 8th of the playoffs from Anton Lundell. Third power play of the game for Florida. Edmonton has had one as well. Barkov against Henrique, who won the draw for the Oilers, and it's drilled down the right-hand side by Evan Bouchard. This time, a too many men on the ice penalty being served by Corey Perry.
Oilers need to settle down, Jack.
Brown and Janmark out there on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Bouchard opposite Ekholm. Shot in by Ekblad. Skinner left it in the corner. Barkov and Tkachuk pursuing. Battling Tkachuk, trying to dig it out of the skates of Connor Brown. Wrestled free by Ekholm and up the middle and past a lunging Seth Jones. Bobrovsky punches it in quickly. Jones to Tkachuk. He'll step back into the offensive zone. Kick it back for Jones. Top of the left circle. Half flubbed that pass, and Tkachuk in turn gave it away to Kulak. It's an easy clear for Kapanen, and rifled down the right-hand side, and now Ekblad will be whistled for a trip on the backside of the play, and that'll be all. And the Florida Panthers are guilty of their second tripping penalty of the game, and this one leads to a 4-on-4 situation where the Oilers, for the most part, have thrived, including Evan Bouchard's goal in the first period of Game 2.
Well, you can see what Chris Knobloch's thinking here. He's going to put out Henrique and Arvidsson and save McDavid and Draisaitl for the power play. Whoa.
Minute 7 of 4-on-4. I take it you're surprised?
That was a penalty? Yeah. 3 of the Oilers have taken, they've earned.
Wallman and Klingberg. And a face-off win, Adam Henrique. Wallman will send it down low. Arvidsson let it go through. That's going to be picked up in the corner by Carter Verhaeghe. He got double-teamed, lost the puck, and the Oilers look to maintain. This is a 4-on-4, remember, no power play. Finally gained by Sam Bennett. And he'll come off the right half boards with a feed to Dmitry Kulikov, who gains the line, worked it down low. Bennett will ride Klingberg against the boards. Center, open man, Nate Schmidt. The pass was a tough one. Bennett fought back to get the puck. And then all Schmidt could do was tuck it back into the corner. Retrieved by Klingberg and then sent across for Wallman. A dangerous play because Verhaeghe was lingering, picked it off down low, and Lundell desperately lunging toward that puck could only deflect it wide. Got it back. Forsling, a shot and a blocked shot by McDavid, and here come the Oilers. But McDavid's lead pass for Draisaitl was intercepted. So they go to McDavid and Draisaitl with about 15 seconds left in the 4-on-4, anticipating the power play. Lundell, in the meantime, will gain the line before being bulldozed off the puck by Draisaitl. Then he went down. No penalty was called. Perry steps out of the box, and Edmonton indeed on an Atco Energy power play. Beautiful look by McDavid. Shot Bouchard. Save Bobrovsky. Rebound. Worked up the left-hand side and out by Brad Marchand. Some kind of look from McDavid to Bouchard. McDavid 5 assists in this series and in the Stanley Cup final. 16 points in 9 games. Only Merrill Lemieux higher points per game average. Here's McDavid in the right corner. Tried to work it inside. Broken up and cleared by Seth Jones. 20 seconds left in the 5-on-4. Presented by Alberta's trusted retailer, Atco Energy. Oilers, one more chance here. Klingberg up the right-hand side. Draisaitl flipped it ahead. McDavid right circle. Cut inside. Couldn't get a shot away. Knocked away from Klingberg and shoveled up the boards and out by Jones. And Ekblad sprints out of the penalty box. The teams are a combined 0 for 5 on the power play in Game 3. And we've barely played 13 minutes. Darnell Nurse. Lundell pressuring up ice along with Luo Sturinen. Nurse will flash it around the boards. Mikkola will shovel it down low. Lundell won a battle. Got away from Nurse, and then Klingberg. Anton Lundell in the corner. Centers deflected and then backhanded wide. A decent look for Jonah Gadjevich off balance. A.J. Greer in on the forecheck as Podkolzin takes the hit to make the play. Gustav Forsling wheels back into his own end to pick it up. Greer will shoot it around the boards after being hit by Podkolzin. And Draisaitl blasted by Bennett, who has the puck, tried to center, glanced off the side of the net. Intended target was Gadjevich, wasn't there. Draisaitl to Podkolzin up through center. He'll shoot it in. Bobrovsky knocks it down. 6 minutes to play, opening frame. 1-0 Florida. Brad Marchand, the game's only goal. Shot in. by Dmitry Kulikov. Kachuk ridden off the puck. Won a battle with Wallman. Centering pass, one-timer to save made. Rodriguez was open in the slot. He has just one goal in the entirety of the Stanley Cup playoffs. He had 4 in the final. Here's a lead pass of Vander Kane. Got behind Forsling and a shot into the glove of Sergei Bobrovsky and out of play. Kane hit the heel of Bobrovsky's glove. Another key save by the Florida starter. And with 5:32 to go in the first period, and that puck having exited the playing surface, will take timeout. The Panthers won. Edmonton nothing. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final continues in just a moment as it's Ford Dealers. NHL hockey live from Sunrise, Florida. The Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility. By Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
1-0 hockey game. Oilers with an offensive zone draw. Henrique between Brown and Trent Frederick. Kulak and Wallman defensively. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. A face-off win for Henrique. A shot by Brown. Trickles wide on a deflection. Rebound pitchforked out by Kachuk. We've got another penalty coming. And it's going to be a high stick.
They're checking to see if Brown's leaking.
Yeah, this is on Florida. And the parade to the box continues. Sam Bennett will go for Florida. Time 14:37.
Florida 9, minor penalty, ice sticking.
2 minutes for high sticking Sam Bennett. And the Oilers, like Florida, a third power play in this first period. Boy, we've seen last couple of games, and game 2 still had a lot of rhythm and flow despite all the power plays. But yet another man advantage off the draw. A clean win for Florida, and that's whistled down the left-hand glass and out by Forsling. Bouchard back to collect for Edmonton. Back pass to Draisaitl, trailed by McDavid. Draisaitl at center will deal off to McDavid. Breaks in. Lost the handle, then recovered in the corner and swept it around for Leon Draisaitl. Top of the right circle, fed Bouchard at the point. Open is Nugent-Hopkins, left side to McDavid. Net front presence is Corey Perry. McDavid elects to go Nugent-Hopkins, high slot Bouchard. No stick for a moment for Barkov. Shot McDavid, save Bobrovsky. Rebound available, and then punched to the corner by Sam Reinhart. Draisaitl back on it for Edmonton. Reinhart pressure. Draisaitl threw it back to Bouchard. McDavid in the meantime had gotten a new stick. Draisaitl sets up Perry. A brief bobble against Forsling, so he'll guide it back to McDavid, top of the right circle. Bouchard in the high slot, looks for a lane. McDavid with Draisaitl lingering. Bouchard, top of the circles. Shot deflected. Wound up against the far corner boards. McDavid turned it inside. Barkov broke it up. McDavid won a battle. Here's Corey Perry. Drag move through Forsling, who's down and out. But it was poked off Perry's stick. Recovered by Draisaitl. Bouchard high slot. McDavid top of the left circle. Barkov goes at him. A centering pass deflected in front. Perry digging. Still loose. McDavid first on it against Barkov. Won another battle. Here's Bouchard walking the line. 20 seconds left on the power play. Bouchard a one-timer, and that was blocked. Rebound wound up in the corner. Draisaitl snapped it back to Bouchard. Over to McDavid, left circle. Waiting, centering, and that was deflected away from Draisaitl. A lunging play by Bouchard keeps the zone. Draisaitl to McDavid to the middle, and no one home. The top unit and the penalty-killing unit for Florida were out against one another for 2 full minutes. The Oilers had some looks, but the Panthers survive, and their 1-0 lead remains intact. Quarterbacking is Wallman, missed Henrique, icing Edmonton as Jones back to create the whistle with 3:10 to go in the first period. Shots on goal, 11-8 Edmonton. Let's look at the Edmonton power play, Bob. What have you seen on their first 3 efforts?
I think they got I realize you're playing a really good penalty. This is the best penalty-killing unit in the league in the playoffs.
Correct.
They're pressuring Edmonton. You cannot pass off shot opportunities. You get a chance to put that pillow on the goal, you got to, and you got to attack the net with chaos. They haven't done that enough.
Better than 87% in the playoffs, 81% in the regular season, which was 10th in the league for Florida. Off the draw, sharp angle shot, Tkachuk. That climbed up near the mask of Stuart Skinner before the rebound cleared by Adam Henrique. Seth Jones back in his own zone. Kane will run him off the puck. Henrique is there with support. Centering pass and just missing Arvidsson. Bowled into Bobrovsky, and that's going to be another penalty. Bobrovsky has drawn a goaltender interference call against Victor Arvidsson, and now Tkachuk and Kane might take one another off. Does Wes McCauley even this up? I thought I saw him make a roughing indication as well as the goaltender interference. Let's see whether it's one each side.
I think it'll be a minor to Arvidsson.
I'm not sure a power play is coming here.
I think there's going to be a power play. It's only going to be Arvidsson.
33 Edmonton's got a minor goalie interference.
That's it. McCauley had the roughing, the fist up, but indeed, this is just a power play for Florida. Arvidsson caught a healthy chunk of Sergei Bobrovsky, and now the Panthers leading 1-0. Entering the final 3 minutes of this first period, will get a 4th power play opportunity. Napa Auto Parts penalty kill will be Henrique, who takes the face-off to the right of Skinner. Nugent Hopkins, Bouchard, and Ekholm. Bennett won the face-off, stepping up, a slapper, and that was deflected. Schmidt could not get it through. Rodriguez able to gain, give it up for Schmidt. Verhaeghe high slot, saucered over to Rodriguez, top of the left circle. He settles the puck and then steps in. That puck's bouncing around. Again, the ice conditions a little questionable. No surprise, mid-June in southern Florida. Here's a shot deflected, high slot. Sam Bennett will keep it alive. Off the boards to Schmidt. Snapped in front. Rodriguez to Verhaeghe. Shot score. 2-0 Florida power play goal. Carter Verhaeghe.
Well, Carter Verhaeghe has been a clutch player for the Florida Panthers. And just a great pickup by this organization. And that time he beat Skinner Heidel a blocker side. It's a great shot.
He's got 5 overtime winners in the playoffs, matching Corey Perry and Brad Marchand. But I've got to say, Evan Rodriguez in the Stanley Cup final against Edmonton has been a key player. That was a good look.
Yeah, it was a great shot. And right now, that's the shot Edmonton's not getting on their PK, or their power play.
Marchand pointing at his head as he looked at the Edmonton bench after that power play goal was converted. Here come the Oilers off the draw. A shot by Jake Wallman and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Rebound, Barkov, the Florida captain. Up the middle, Reinhart, soft chip ahead, a little out of the reach of Verhaeghe. And thus settled down by Edmonton. Nate Schmidt will collect his 5th point of the series, Bob. And an offside whistled against Edmonton as Perry and Forsling glare at one another with 1:45 to go in the first period. And it's curious, in these long playoff runs, who emerges. And Nate Schmidt, Bob, has been a wild card that you and I could not have possibly anticipated as a third pairing, second power play unit guy. Nate Schmidt has been impressive.
Well, Edmonton had a pretty, in spite of the early goal against, the Oilers had a good start to this game, and then it got unraveled.
The shots were 9-4 Edmonton at one point.
Too many penalties. And then the Oilers' power play hasn't done a thing.
Florida converting its 4th power play opportunity. We've had 7 in the first period. Gadjevich wires it in. And now I think each team would like to settle into some 5-on-5 rhythm and flow. A steal by McDavid but Colson will take a lead pass from Brett Kulak, and that's shot in deep where Bobrovsky will handle it off the left-hand glass, and it's sent ahead by A.J. Greer. Out of the reach of Gadjevich. Nurse for Edmonton locates the end mark and takes a return pass at center ice. Gains the line with a shot, and he had Bobrovsky going the other way, but missed the net. Rebound, Podkolzin. Frederick finishing his check. Nurse has wandered down low, threw it off the backside of the net. Taken by Podkolzin, brushed off his stick. Kulikov battling for control, and eventually gained one more time by Nate Schmidt and dropped off to Greer. Line change for Edmonton. Henrique and Brown flood the offensive zone. Marchand looked to back out of the zone, got it out, and then Evander Kane walked it back in offside with 42 seconds remaining. Darnell Nurse's parents, Brian and Kathy. Connor McDavid's parents, Brian, I said Richard and Kathy. I was thinking Brian and Kelly. Both making their way around the suffocating South Florida heat this afternoon on their way to the game. Bouchard will pound it in. Number of parents coming down. Obviously, Stanley Cup final. Everyone wants to be a part of it. Here's a draw won by Edmonton. A stick exploding on Matthias Ekholm, and the Panthers able to clear through the neutral zone. Ekholm gets a new stick. Bouchard up to Connor Brown. Final 20 seconds. Ekholm will step up against Seth Jones and drive it in deep. Clean sheet thus far for Sergei Bobrovsky. 2-0 Florida. Seth Jones an attempted clear. Brown bottled up by Marchand. Here's Luos Terinen breaking out with 6 seconds. He'll be sure to get it in deep, forcing Stuart Skinner to handle this puck. A hard rim up the glass from the point. A snapshot and a save made by Skinner at the horn. And a little crowding by Lundell, and now Ekholm wants a piece of him. But Kachuk. Edmonton's got to be careful
Kane's
here.
trying to go after Kachuk here.
Kane going after Matthew Kachuk. Mikkola in the mix. Evander Kane still trying to get at Matthew Kachuk and mocking him a bit. 2-0 Florida. And really at this stage, the Panthers probably don't want to get involved in this. The Oilers frustrated, and now Connor Brown, of all people, giving Nico Mikkola the business. He's really unhappy with Mikkola. And ultimately, the players pry it apart. And I'm not sure McCauley and Sharon are going to talk about it. I didn't see any penalties signaled as of yet. We'll sort it out. Now these two teams still at center ice. It was Perry and Gadjevich yelling at one another. Frederick immediately enters the fray, and now the referees will confer with the respective
captains. We might have something here in the second period. Like I can
Barkov.
Yeah. Anyways, the bottom line here is Florida had a great period, and Edmonton did not. Florida got the early jump. Who else? Brad Marchand.
Well, you didn't mind the Oilers 5-on-5. The problem was there was no 5-on-5 play.
Right. Yep. And the Oilers' power play right now isn't going, and it needs to get going for them to have a chance.
Perry finally leaves the ice as these two teams have, over the course of the last 2 years, built up a healthy dislike for one another. And We talked about it coming in. In 9 periods of play, Bob, they'd been separated by more than 1 goal for all of 77 seconds. Well, this is easily the first time a club has had a 2-goal lead after the first period.
Edmonton missed their opportunities in both games to build on leads, Jack. You know, like 3-2, they had the lead, and they got a 5-on-3 late in the second period, or late in the first period, didn't score, and then the 2 chances for Bouchard early in the second. Tonight, Edmonton's power play it's just been a bad matchup against Florida. Dating back to last year's Stanley Cup final, it was not good enough. I know it got better as the series wore on. And again,
was it 3 for 24?
It's not good enough.
Right.
Like it's
not when you're counting on your power play to be at least between 23 and 27%.
It was 0 for 1 in Game 7. You can make an argument they didn't get enough opportunities. If they score power play in Game 7, we're playing an overtime game. Edmonton's got to play a lot better. That was Florida's period. The Oilers seem agitated. Florida's running around a bit. Kachuk's turtling as usual. We assume he's playing injured. He's not going to fight Kane. Kane's going to go after him, try to get him to go.
Kane negated Kachuk in the 22 second-round series against Calgary. Took him right out of it.
Well, that's what he does.
But Matthew Kachuk's a different player now than he was in 2022. And he's got a lot more support.
This is a way better team. And so,
he's also got a more physical team behind him.
And they got the Oilers. Well, they had a big team. I mean, all right. Anyways, the bottom line is Edmonton. I mean, you think about it. They did have Gabranson and Zadorov in one pairing for the Calgary Flames, but they didn't have the same support up forward. Edmonton has to play much better. Forget about all that other stuff. Unless you just decide, look, we're going to settle this right here, right now. Get rid of all this BS early in the second period, get it over with, and then go play. Maybe that's what we need to do. But that was Florida's period. And to me, the Oilers just got to settle down. Can't play. I'm serious about this. They just got to settle down and go play. But I'm not convinced that's going to happen. They seem a little agitated. So we'll see what ends up happening here in period number 2, Jack. But the power play's got to simplify. And part of the problem is they're losing draws and they're not getting shots. They got to shoot the puck more.
Well, we'll see how many power plays either club gets for the rest of the game. We had 7 combined in the first 20 minutes. Florida 4, Edmonton 3. The Panthers convert on the 4th and final power play they had in that first period. And in a series where 8 first periods goals were scored in the first 2 games, the most since 1936. Florida gets 2 more tonight, but Edmonton unable to answer. And thus, the Oilers, despite outshooting the Panthers 12-10, find themselves on the short end of a 2-0 deficit through 20 minutes of Game 3 with a best-of-7 Stanley Cup final tied at a game apiece. Straight ahead, we've got Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown. This is live coverage of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup final in Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
Saddle up for the 72nd Wainwright Stampede, June 20th to 22nd. Enjoy high-stakes rodeo action, WPCA chuck wagon races, pancake breakfasts, and more. Tickets at WainwrightStampede.com. Then get revved up for the ultimate showdown as high-powered machines tear up the dirt oval at Rad Torque Raceway, June 20th and 21st with the Western Cup. Info and tickets at radraceway.com.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Coming off the goal line, McDavid a shot to save Bobrovsky. Rebound, Nugent Hopkins curled back to Bouchard, a slapper. Redirected and a save. Bobrovsky rebound swatted away from Draisaitl.
That's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the first intermission after 20 minutes of play in Florida. The Panthers with a 2-0 lead on the Edmonton Oilers. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown with you. At Rogers Place at the watch party. Brownie, I don't think the period could start any worse for the Oilers, and it really didn't get a lot better.
Well, I thought the Oilers did have a couple good shifts early in the game. I mean, Bobrovsky made some big saves, huge saves, and the one he didn't even see, Evan Bouchard walked right in the middle of the ice. Bobrovsky just was standing like a shooter tutor does in an empty net, and Bouchard just hit him in the blocker, and it bounced out instead of in. The Oilers did have some chances. It was just a weird period for two teams that had the feeling out period in games 1 and 2. They had a nice long rest, then to come out and take that many penalties in the first 20 minutes, just undisciplined penalties, dumb penalties. And at the end of the period, the Oilers weren't able to capitalize on their power plays, and the Florida Panthers did. So as the period went on, I thought Florida got stronger, and I agree with Jack and Bob. I felt the Oilers got frustrated and got a little disorganized in their own zone. Probably fortunate to come out just down 2, but I do believe the Oilers start the second period on a power play. Is weirdly they only called one penalty at the end of that first period to Lundell, and the Oilers have an opportunity to cut into that lead to start the second period.
Oilers power play through the opening 20 minutes, 0 for 3, and Florida went 1 for 4. It wasn't exactly a clinic by either team, but at least the PK was looking pretty sharp and kind of kept them in it. But as you pointed out to me during one of the breaks in that period, the Oilers are playing with fire here. They've got to get going here.
Well, they do, and again, 1 for 4, that's 75%. Still not great penalty killing, but it's better than what the Oilers have had in this playoff so far. It was weird. I don't understand the Florida Panthers' first power play unit. They go with 2 defensemen, Ekblad and Jones.
Right.
Ekblad, I mean, neither are, standout offensive defensemen. And you see Ekblad down low a lot, and I don't understand that. They came out on their final power play with their second unit, which is much more effective. And we saw that as Nate Schmidt continues his fantastic Stanley Cup Finals with his 5th assist. And what a shot by Verhaeghe. I know that Craig Simpson called it a goal scorer's goal, and it was. There was nowhere to put it but where he did, just under the crossbar. And the Florida Panthers were able to extend the lead. And we talk about in games, one team is going to be better in long stretches, and that was the Florida Panthers period. And they were rewarded. They got the second goal, so they extended the lead. They're up by 2. Now the Oilers have to push back. And if it is right where they say they do get a power play to start the second, that's where it has to start. Set the tone, because right now the Florida Panthers are incredibly physical. If they're going to continue to take penalties and not have to pay for it by Oilers not scoring, they'll continue to be physical. You can back off their physicality by scoring on your power plays. So with fresh ice and a rested group, the Oilers have a good chance to cut into the lead.
After everything we saw at the end of that period, it was Anton Lundell picking up a 2-minute minor for roughing at the 20-minute mark. So Oilers will have the man advantage to begin the second period. And how important is that? They've got to get back on track a little bit here because they seem like they're coming off the rails.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, you say that it's really, really important, and then if they don't score, you think, okay, the game's over. It's not. It would certainly help start the momentum going your way if you score on the power play early. And now it's just 2-1. You're back within a shot. I think they just got to gain some confidence on their power play.
Right.
Florida, ultra aggressive, and the Oilers have had their looks. And anytime there has been a breakdown, and there have been a few, Bobrovsky's been outstanding. When a goalie's playing well, more pucks on net. And get Bobrovsky thinking. The other way, when you're putting pucks on net, you need players in front of his eyes. Bobrovsky most times will stop the puck if he sees it. You have a better chance if he doesn't. So Perry's done a good job getting in front, but maybe have a second. Nugent Hopkins is down there too. If Bouchard's shooting, crash the net and hope for tip, rebound, anything. As right now Bobrovsky is on his game, and the Oilers power play needs to start being a bigger factor here in the finals.
You might be having a good night as a net minor when shots are hitting you and you don't even know it. There were a couple of Bouchard shots that just got a piece of, and I'm not convinced he saw either one.
Well, he didn't. He didn't see them all. So, but that's just good positioning and good luck. Bobrovsky is a fantastic goalie. He reads the plays, but sometimes you got to be lucky to be good. And I think that Bobrovsky was a few times in that period, but they always got to continue to throw pucks on net. Evan Bouchard, they are for some reason allowing him open ice.
Yeah.
And Bouchard needs to continue to take advantage of it and continue to put pucks on net. So if you give Bouchard that many open looks, they're going to find the back of the net eventually. So look for the Oilers to be looking for Bouchard on this power play.
Do you have any problem with the mayhem at the end of the period there? Team is just trying to, flex a little bit?
Well, I mean, Lundell drilled Bouchard in the face.
Yes, he did.
So there was going to be a response from the Oilers. And then Kane saw an opportunity to get at Tkachuk because the other referees were
busy,
occupied. So Tkachuk, fantastic hockey player. But he did his best on that last 30 seconds there to find a linesman to stand beside when Evander Kane was chasing him.
Yeah.
Tkachuk does not want to tangle with Evander Kane.
Rob, thanks. We'll talk to you coming up in intermission number 2. We're going to take a break at the intermission. Is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
This is Global News and the first intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is quite likely going to attend the Global Energy Show to promote our province as a place for responsible power development. Premier Smith says Alberta has risen among the global ranks as an energy powerhouse and stands ready to provide solutions to partners while boasting a strong environmental record. Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre says he wants to see the details on the military capabilities the federal government is planning to acquire. This comes after Prime Minister Mark Carney said today that Ottawa will rapidly advance its military spending timeline to hit the NATO target of 2% of national gross domestic product this year. Carney says it will be done by adding $9 billion in spending to the fiscal framework this year without raising taxes. And with June being National Employee Wellness Month, a local workplace wellness advisor is championing for employees to advocate for themselves. Dr. Vera Cohat says many people feel uncomfortable talking about things like stress, mood changes, and physical injuries at work, but that people need to speak up about their needs. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be at the second intermission on 880
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's two things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Proudly headquartered in OilCountry, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's two things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Back at Rogers Place at the watch party after 20 minutes of play in Florida. The Panthers with a 2-0 lead on the Edmonton Oilers, although the Oilers did outshoot Florida in that period, 12-10. Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Taking a look at baseball tonight, the Blue Jays opening up a 3-game series. They're in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. They are currently going into the 7th inning, the top of the 7th inning, and it is Toronto with a 2-0 lead on the Cardinals in that matchup. That's your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The second period is coming up next, so get ready for this one. Will it be as rough as the first period? Oilers will start with the power play, that's for sure. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
End of the Roll Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers 50-50, of course, back for the Stanley Cup playoffs. The early bird prizing remains outstanding. It's just pure, cold, hard cash tonight. $5,000 and $10,000. You got to love that. And your playoff jackpot for the Oilers 50-50.
Holy cow,
Loading. Apparently we're on dial-up here in Florida, but
here we go.
Bottom line is, it's an Edmonton power play. Jackpot currently $1.5 million, and the playoff bonus jackpot is almost $9 million. Now, Anton Lundell got a roughing minor at the end of that first period, so this is the 4th Edmonton power play of the hockey game, and it starts with Draisaitl winning a face-off back to Jake Wallman. So Wallman is on the ice with Bouchard as they've switched it up. No Nugent Hopkins, McDavid, Perry, and Draisaitl, and a 2D look on the power play. So a different look and a turnover by the Florida Panthers' Tomas Nosek. Wallman fires a pass to Bouchard. He'll get it back. We saw these two on the ice when the Oilers needed a late game-tying goal on Friday. Wallman, drag move against Forsling. Deals one-timer ripped by Bouchard. Save made. And Ekblad able to clear through the middle past the outstretched Evan Bouchard. So Glenn Gullickson making a personnel adjustment and going with 2 D-men on the power play. McDavid brings it into the offensive zone. Draisaitl, high slot. Wallman fumbled it away. Rifled down the ice by Ekblad. And that'll come off the corner boards and drops at Skinner's feet. He'll direct a pass to Bouchard under pressure in his own end. Down to a minute left in this Atco Energy power play. Opening minute gone by. Second period, Florida 2, Edmonton nothing. Nugent Hopkins back on the ice. Dishes off to Corey Perry, left wing. Crosses, and that's deflected. Grabbed by Bouchard, now joined by Ekholm up top. Perry has come off, and Nugent Hopkins takes a pass from Ekholm deep in the left circle. Returns to Ekholm. Skates to the high slot, switches positions with Bouchard. Right circle, Draisaitl. We've got no Connor McDavid on the power play unit. Shot by Bouchard, ripped home by Corey Perry, and the Oilers get a power play goal without Connor McDavid on the ice. It's Perry who scores on the man advantage, and the Oilers whittle the deficit to 2-1. Corey Perry with his 9th of the playoffs and 5th on the power play.
My apologies, Jack. I was trying to look for Connor out there, McDavid. And Perry,
pounced on a loose puck. Bouchard shot it. And Perry outfoxed Seth Jones for puck possession and scores at 1:40. So the Oilers gifted a power play late, able to take advantage without Connor McDavid on the ice. And the ageless Corey Perry with the 63rd goal of his Stanley Cup playoff career. And that matches Brad Marchand. Both have 63 goals. Here's Rodriguez, tripped up by Darnell Nurse into the offensive zone for the Florida Panthers. He'll swing it back to Kulikov. So 2-1 our score. Corey Perry, power play goal for Edmonton. Kulikov shovels it down low. You've got Bennett dishing off. Shot from distance by Schmidt, ends up wide. Here's Tkachuk. Tried to slide it to the corner. Centering pass, Schmidt mashes it toward the net, and Skinner knocked off balance. Tkachuk was ruled to have been pushed into him, and the outlet pass completed to Darnell Nurse, who sounds a two-bouncer just wide of Sergei Bobrovsky. Rebound, battled for, and ultimately controlled by Sam Bennett. Up the left-hand side, and quickly Greer put it into the Oiler bench. 2 minutes and 39 seconds having elapsed in period 2, and the Oilers have cut the deficit to 2-1. A power play goal for Corey Perry at age 40, continuing.
A little bit of rough stuff
the back
after
of the net. Yeah, some token pushing and shoving. Won't have any penalties. And
Frederick going after Bennett.
I'll tell you what, though. Florida's propensity for taking penalties has kept Edmonton afloat in this game.
Well, I mean, the Oilers weren't exactly the most disciplined team themselves in the first period.
But now both teams are 1 for 4 on the power play.
And McDavid is back on the ice here in between Kane. And I think that's Kapanen on the far side.
Face-off win for Barkov. It is indeed Kapanen, Kane, McDavid's wingers. And a high toss through the middle. McDavid, of course, didn't play the back half of that power play. Perry did.
I think it was a skate.
And so did Nugent Hopkins. Here's Klingberg up the right-hand side. Well, obviously no injury as Klingberg dropped by Barkov. Chance for Reinhart, and he scores. And Sam Reinhart needed that desperately. Put it upstairs on Stuart Skinner, and Florida regains a 2-goal lead. That's Reinhart's first of the series and 5th of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, the Oilers needed a stop there from Stuart Skinner. Just a quick turnover and shot right through the legs of Jake Wallman. It was going to be a tough pickup, and unfortunately Skinner couldn't crack it. But John Klingberg got walled on the play. Got taken to the ice. And a quick little interior pass, and it's in the net.
Sam Reinhart's first goal since Game 7 of the Toronto series. Remember, he was injured on a questionable hit by Sebastian Aho in the Eastern Conference Final against Carolina. Off the draw, a quick shot, and we suspect he's not at full strength. The Oilers look to answer on the 5-on-5 shift following the goal. A blast by Ekholm, left wing, set up by Draisaitl, missed the net. Lundell looking for Marchand, will send it off the right corner board, sifted into the corner by goaltender Stuart Skinner. Here's Ekholm, Devin Bouchard, and a reset for Edmonton. Oilers coming right to left in period 2. They're in the white, Florida in the red.
Draisaitl hits the line. Lost the handle, then regained on his backhand. Puck forced up the boards. Kulak will try to hold the zone. Edmonton's got a tag back onside as it did escape the zone. So the Florida Panthers take advantage of the Oiler turnover in their own end, and Reinhart puts one upstairs on Stuart Skinner. Verhaeghe will get the primary assist on the scoring play. Nugent-Hopkins staggers his way into the offensive zone. Corey Perry dishing off, looking for McDavid as that top line reunited now, with the play having settled down and back into a 5-on-5 rhythm. Here's Aaron Ekblad up through center. He'll shoot it in. 4.5 minutes into the second period, the teams have swapped goals, and Florida retains a 2-goal lead. Led 2-0 after one. Perry, a power play goal to bring the Oilers within 2-1, and an immediate response by Sam Reinhart a minute 20 after the Perry goal went in. Wallman quarterbacking for the Oilers. Behind the Edmonton net, he'll drop it off for Connor Brown. Swiftly down the left wing, he'll attack Mikkola. Brown gets through Mikkola. Knocked off his stick. A.J. Greer pursuing up top. Bouchard, a shot, does not make its way through, and Gadjevich with a clear safely back to the red line. Darnell Nurse, a strike right-hand side, and Brown will put it back into the Florida zone. Henrique, a powerful hit on Mikkola, and now Gadjevich comes over to help out his defenseman, who eventually tosses it over to Nate Schmidt. Ample time to clear, and he does. Shoveling ahead for A.J. Greer, stood up by Bouchard at the Edmonton line. Darnell Nurse on the puck for the Oilers, and he'll flip it behind off a stanchion. A backhander to save made by Stuart Skinner. Rebound Trent Frederick. Florida almost got a friendly bounce off the stanchion and into the slot, but Skinner able to make the save. Wristed down deep by Seth Jones. Carter Verhaeghe gives way to Barkov. Puts the brakes on against Matthias Janmark. He'll send it down low for Verhaeghe, who just assisted on the Reinhart goal, and now set up Reinhart, trying to go backdoor to Barkov. That was broken up, and then Kulikov shot wide from the top of the left circle. Verhaeghe a shot right circle, and a save made by Skinner. Rebound down to one knee, Sam Reinhart. Regain the puck for Seth Jones. A wrist shot towed aside by Skinner. Rebound Reinhart. He'll keep it down low for Verhaeghe, and all of a sudden Florida has Edmonton in a bit of a spin cycle, but that's broken up by Darnell Nurse and wristed down low by Kapanen. On net, Bobrovsky guides it to the corner. Reinhart from Forsling, who took a punishing hit. Verhaeghe tried a shot off the rush that was swallowed up by Klingberg, and Florida will peel off on a line change as Victor Arvidsson with a burst of speed up the middle to Podkolzin. He was stymied by Aaron Ekblad, who now grapples with puck possession with Victor Arvidsson. Tripped up, Draisaitl nudged it free, but there was Eetu Luostarinen, who's been added as the secondary assist on the game's opening goal, registered by Brad Marchand in the game's first minute. Here's Klingberg up the gut, looking for Draisaitl. That was deflected. Play is offside. Retrieved by Luostarinen and dumped back in by Brad Marchand. He'll pursue against Skinner, who sends it over to Klingberg. Lead pass Draisaitl. Here come the Oilers right to left, cutting, and a big hit on Podkolzin. He was absolutely drilled. Draisaitl on the half wall at Sam Bennett. Couldn't get it out. Kept in by Podkolzin, who then turned it over. 2-0. And now a breakaway. In on net. Wrist shot score. Sam Bennett. 4-1 Florida. Bennett, his 14th of the playoffs and his 4th in this Stanley Cup final. That was going to be a 2-0, and Luostarinen just popped it ahead for Bennett, who broke in, deep backhand, and went upstairs on the forehand and over Stuart Skinner.
Well, unfortunately, Vasily Podkolzin didn't make the simple play. And now the Oilers, who survived a couple tough shifts before that, they're in a world of hurt chasing right now.
7:26 time of the goal, and Florida has extended to a 4-1 lead. Aaron Ekblad, a high flip off the center ice draw. Grabbed by Evan Bouchard. Had it and lost it. Panthers power their way into puck possession. Bouchard snatched it right back, tried to go up the gut. Here's Perry. Up the right-hand side, Connor McDavid. He'll dash in and get popped by Aaron Ekblad. Forsling with an attempted clear. Verhaeghe there to help him out. And now Lundell, they're going to give him center ice generously. Swings it in deep. Retrieved by Ekholm. Lead pass, Corey Perry. Back to McDavid. Perry has the only Edmonton goal. The return pass to him was off the mark. Gadjevich will bring it up through center and shoot it in for the Florida Panthers.
The Oilers need a momentum change.
Well, they've got McDavid out there against Florida's fourth line. Lead pass, Brown has been moved up now with Perry and McDavid. Again, we'll see that throughout tonight with Nugent Hopkins a little banged up. Gadjevich, impressive. A forecheck and a wrist to right upstairs, but missed high glove A.J. Greer. Cleared by the Oilers, fired back in from center by Gadjevich. Skinner put it on Jake Wallman. He'll take it behind the net as we approach the midway point of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida 4, Edmonton 1. Oilers got a power play goal early to climb within 2-1, but the Panthers have answered with 2, and now a puck cleared into the bench area with 11:03 remaining in the second period. The teams have split 30 shots on net, but Florida has 4 goals. Edmonton just 1. And we come back with more live coverage of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final in just a moment. The Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brew House. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take 1 for Ryan Nugent Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling. Patio season is on at the Canadian Brew House. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Sam Reinhart, Sam Bennett with second period goals to counteract a Corey Perry power play goal set up by Bouchard and Ekholm. Bouchard with his 22nd point of the series. Tied for third with Mikko Rantanen, who, of course, won't play any more games in the Stanley Cup playoffs, behind only Draisaitl and McDavid, who are on the ice together with Corey Perry. And at this point, with 31 minutes to go, Bob, there's no reason to expect McDavid and Draisaitl aren't going to be playing together 5-on-5 for the remainder of the game.
You have an extra day off in between the two games, Game 3 and Game 4.
Well, you're also down 3.
Yep.
You need to go to this option and hope to get back into it. Draisaitl just got away with a cross-check on Gustav Forsling. Pitchforked out of the zone by Sasha Barkov. Wristed down deep by Bouchard. I mean, that's as obvious a penalty as you can expect to get.
In the first period, that's a penalty.
Ekblad up the middle and then tossed in, and then a big hit by Corey Perry as he finishes Sam Reinhart. So the Oilers trying to ratchet up the physical play. In the meantime, McDavid jitterbugging his way in. He got belted by Ekblad. Here come the Panthers. Forsling tosses it off, gets it back off the pads of Stuart Skinner as Luostarinen tried to set up Forsling. Snapped back in by Seth Jones.
And funneled down low for Marchand by Anton Lundell. Brad Marchand run off the puck. Corey Perry picks it up and in one motion fires a pass to Nugent Hopkins. Over the line with Leon Draisaitl still out there. Draisaitl takes a pass. One-timer. Klingberg redirected wide of Sergei Bobrovsky. Here's Seth Jones under duress up the right-hand side. Marchand did not get it out. Connor Brown to the middle, and that was paddled out of there by Anton Lundell. He looked like a center snapping a football between the wickets as he threw that puck out of the zone. And as it's flipped in by Evander Kane, Bobrovsky, knowing Florida's down a stick, will just stick that one in his hip pocket with 9:44 to go in the second period. The Oilers have to settle for an offensive zone draw. They trail 4-1 in this hockey game. Florida 2 in the first, 2 in the second. As I mentioned early, Corey Perry with
McDavid's
the only goal, and McDavid's going off again and again. It's equipment related because I think I saw Jeff Lang in front of him.
Yeah.
So an equipment situation for McDavid for the second time in this game. We'll take a break. Our live coverage of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final on the Oilers Radio Network continuing in just a moment with the Florida Panthers leading Game 3 4-1 over Edmonton with 9:44 to play in period 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Did you know The Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more. Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Adam Henrique lines up for a face-off against Tomas Nosek to the right of Bobrovsky and won it cleanly. Darnell Nurse walks the line, shoots on a blocker save. Big rebound by Bobrovsky as he paddled that out near the blue. Henrique in front, and Trent Frederick nearly able to slide that 5-hole on Bobrovsky. A steal by Kapanen, and this line looking sharp for Edmonton. A wrap around the boards, late getting there Klingberg, but he does hold the zone. And now Frederick to Henrique, a centering pass. Trickles in, a shot, and a save. Bobrovsky, the rebound available, and Bobrovsky able to freeze it. An excellent shift, however. Henrique, Frederick, and Kapanen. 9:16 to play, second period. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. And our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, Sergei Bobrovsky with that puck pinned against his left ribs as he made the save, coming out to challenge the attacking Darnell Nurse. I'm marking that one down. I liked that line of Henrique, Frederick, and Kapanen. Something to keep in mind as this game progresses.
David's back out
with Kane and Draisaitl as Chris Knobloch looks for an offensive zone faceoff here that he can capitalize on. McDavid twice tonight has dealt with an equipment issue, once on a power play where the Oilers ultimately scored on it. And then as we sent you to the last break, McDavid went down the tunnel again with head equipment manager Jeff Lang. Draisaitl to take the face-off against Barkov. Left side of Bobrovsky, and it comes free. Carter Verhaeghe. A lot of people speculating that maybe the Ekblad hit had something to do with McDavid's departure. But when Jeff Lang leaves, you know it's equipment related. Here's Sam Reinhart. Gets it back from Verhaeghe. Takes it behind the net. Reinhart got off the schneid in this series earlier. A backhand wraparound, a save made. Rebound Barkov. And that was blocked. And now Draisaitl takes control off a feed from Jake Wallman. He'll look for a lead pass. McDavid. Forsling is back. McDavid poked off his stick. Good play by Gustav Forsling. And a clear by Sam Reinhart. Inside the line, Wallman fires a pass to Draisaitl, tried to put it between the wickets of Lundell. Kane, a strong forecheck, created a turnover by Ekblad. McDavid to Draisaitl. Knocked off his stick for a moment by Reinhart. Swept around the boards. Ekholm steps up, a blast, and a glove save made by Bobrovsky. And now more rough stuff from Kane. He gets into the grill of Gustav Forsling. 8:21 to go in the second period. Florida's lead remains 4-1.
Yep. I agree. Got to dig in. This game being played. I mean, Florida's been the better team, even though the Oilers are out shooting them marginally. The goals are 3-0. It even strengthened this game, Jack.
Verhaeghe and Perry power play goals. Marchand, Reinhart, and Bennett on the board 5-on-5, which of course has been Edmonton's strength, especially on the road. They came in their last 7 road playoff games having given up just 7 goals 5-on-5. Well, they've given up 3 tonight. Bouchard, a wrist shot. That flew wide of Bobrovsky. Rebound careened off the boards. Here's Ekholm. He'll pound it back down low. Matthias Janmark lost the handle. Rodriguez wanders over to play it. Fierce battle ensues. Put Colson. Darvinson. He got checked by Jones. Kept alive at the point by Bouchard. Stroked it over to Ekholm. And now Mikkola trying to disrupt the cycle to Matthew Tkachuk. Took a pop from Ekholm and went down. Able to regain, floated around to Rodriguez, turned it over. Here's a dish to Ekholm, down low for Matthias Janmark. Another good shift by Edmonton, 2 in a row here. Bouchard hesitates, gives it up for Kane. Backhands it into the corner. Jones took it away from Janmark. And he'll drive his way down the left-hand side and from center ice make certain of a clear behind the Edmonton net. Skinner to Bouchard, Ekholm onto Evander Kane at the red line. He'll gain the zone with Nugent-Hopkins. Brown to Nugent-Hopkins, a shot kicked aside by Bobrovsky. But Edmonton's starting to come alive here. 3 consecutive shifts. Florida's been on its heels. Nurse unable to hold the zone. Spin move by Marchand, but Nurse read what he was trying to do and forced it free. Luostarinen ultimately was able to wedge it back into the Edmonton zone. It's a reset for John Klingberg. 6:50 to play, period 2. Klingberg didn't know what to do with the puck and released up the right-hand side. No icing, but also no real threat there. Ekblad put it through the middle, came off the boards. Skinner came way out to knock it away from the on-rushing Tomas Nosek, who scored 1 goal all season long. Oilers get it in deep. Henrique. Steve, Frederick, and Kapanen had a good shift last time, but here's an angled pass up the left-hand side for Greer. Well played by Brett Kulak, who came over to cut him off, flung it back to the point, knocked out by Mikkola. His shot blocked by Wallman. Rebound, Adam Henrique. And a soft flip through the middle will be settled ultimately by Jones. Mikkola backhands it off the boards. Nosek. He got popped by Wallman. Jones took the pass, went up the middle, and then misfired on a play intended for A.J. Greer, who was peeling off on a line change. So Wallman will take possession for the Oilers as we go inside. 6 minutes to play in period 2. Panthers 4, Oilers 1. Lead pass too far for Draisaitl. That's icing against Edmonton. Just out of the reach of Leon Draisaitl. Shots on goal, 21-17 Edmonton, but it's a 3-goal lead for the Florida Panthers.
Well, Bob's come up with a couple pretty big saves here, and unfortunately for the Oilers, right after the Perry power play goal, that was a turning point. They're back in the game at 2-1 and a turnover in their zone, and they beat Skinner high.
Important goal to get Sam Reinhart going from a Florida perspective, and then Bennett, who's been going the entirety of the playoffs, another goal to make it 4-1. Shot off the draw by Forsling on net, saves Skinner, rebound played out to Ekblad by Reinhart. Now Barkov from behind the net. Tried a interior pass to Verhaeghe. That slithered through untouched and was cleared by McDavid. A big hit up high. Ekblad really popped Corey Perry. I mean, that hit was up high, and I'm sure Perry took a number. Verhaeghe will dump it behind the Oiler defense. Ekholm comes over to gather. Barkov to Verhaeghe. Tried to give it back to him. That was broken up. Good work by McDavid defensively. Forsling sends it down low to Verhaeghe. Tracked by McDavid. Verhaeghe behind the net, falling down awkwardly was Brad Marchand. Jab free for Corey Perry, not out of the zone, held in by Seth Jones. Wired around the boards, picked up by Luo Storinen. Tried to feed Lundell, that was broken up, and here comes Perry. He'll gain center and shoot it into the Florida zone. Bobrovsky will knock it down for Niko Mikkola. 4.5 to play. Arvidsson, a good read, a steal, but then he missed on a pass intended for Janmark, and it was tossed the other way by Lundell. Here come the Panthers. Matthew Tkachuk rips one on net. Save made by goaltender Stuart Skinner, and Luo Storinen was boxed out of the rebound by Podkolzin, who ambles his way to center and gets it in deep. Arvidsson, a centering pass off the stick of Bobrovsky, and the rebound grabbed by Seth Jones, cleared by Rodriguez of the Panthers, and Klingberg back to center to collect for Edmonton. Shoots it back in. Matthew Tkachuk picks it up for the Panthers. Kulikov, one touched on to Evan Rodriguez. Lead pass. Bennett breaking through down the seam. Shoots! And that ended up wide. Skinner might have gotten a piece, but boy, Sam Bennett continues to find open space. He is feeling it. And with his contract up, he is going to make himself a lot of money when this is all said and done. Oilers get it in deep. Panthers on it. Nate Schmidt out to Gadjevich, and he'll hammer it in deep. That's going to be picked up in the corner by Brett Kulak. A big hit around the boards. You've got Ekblad, a quick shot, and that was deflected away. Racing over and sending it up the gut was Kulak. Oilers work their way into the offensive zone. Kane finishes his check. Digging after it is Connor Brown. Kept it alive. Centering pass. Scooped up and cleared by Nate Schmidt. Smart play. Gadjevich put too much on it, though. This is an icing call, and Jonah Gadjevich just needed one more stride there. An unforced error, and now Edmonton has an opportunity. They've got the fourth line for the Panthers stuck out there, so they're going to go right back to McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry, and Gadjevich just an ill-advised play.
Good save by Stuart Skinner. Rip job. Blocker side from Matthew Tkachuk as Florida got a little bit of a push here.
Maybe a high stick that was uncalled as Klingberg thought he was clipped right in the jaw.
Well, there's been a lot uncalled here in the second. Put their whistles away after calling everything in the first period.
Nosek won the faceoff against Draisaitl. Ekblad is able to toss it back to center. That was smacked down by Ekholm.
Perry got a nasty run in on Ekblad.
Here's McDavid. Corey Perry, big hit. Nate Schmidt. How about the Draisaitl cross-check earlier in this period on
There's another cross-check.
And we have a hand pass called at center and a face-off in the neutral zone when we return. 2:51 to play, second period. Amherst Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. Home of the defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers, who lead this game 4-1. It's Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final right here. The Oilers Radio Network.
Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go! Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4-1 hockey game, 2:51 to go, second period. Face-off coming at center ice. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. Florida took a 2-0 lead after one on an even strength goal by Brad Marchand and a power play tally from Carter Verhaeghe. Corey Perry got the Oilers on the board 100 seconds into period two, with McDavid off the ice due to an equipment issue, but Florida bounced right back, scoring a minute 20 after that Perry power play goal to make it 3-1. Sam Reinhart's first of the series, and that was followed up by Sam Bennett, who stays hot with his fourth goal of the series and 14th of the playoffs. 4-1 Panthers. A steal by Nico Mikkola on a pass off the draw intended for Kasperi Kapanen, and then Bouchard got it across just enough for Ekholm to clear back through center. Frederick a reload for Edmonton. Ekholm up the left-hand side, intended for Henrique, picked off by Seth Jones, tapped down by Ekholm, and then he'll smack it down deep. This could be icing against the Oilers, and it is. With 2:11 to play in the second period, Florida 4 goals on 19 shots tonight. Edmonton 1 on 21 against Bobrovsky. And again, worth mentioning the split, Bob. His home road in the Stanley Cup final, 93% save percentage at home, 85% on the road, and that's coming off two pretty strong outings in games 1 and 2 of this series up at Rogers Place.
Well, this team can score. They're 9-3 on the road, so that save percentage and number tells you something, doesn't it, Jack?
Bouchard threw it length of the ice. It came off the boards. Bobrovsky wanted to move it, but held on too long, and now Kasperi Kapanen, who's certainly an agitator. He's another guy, Kapanen and Podkolzin, guys that you don't necessarily think of as overly chippy, but they are not well liked by the opposition, and that's a good thing.
Well, Kasperi can get in on the forecheck with his speed.
And so can Podkolzin.
And when he's struggled a bit and had his minutes cut, he's been pushed and he gets more physical.
So now, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Kane, Bouchard and Wallman paired together here. With 2 minutes to go in the second period. This time 5-on-5. Wallman a shot off the draw and a save made by Bobrovsky. Rebound McDavid. To the right flank and Bouchard. McDavid back to Bouchard down the seam. Pulls it to his forehand and couldn't get one off. Checked by Verhaeghe. And now McDavid. Shadowed by Forsling. Behind the net is Draisaitl. Bouchard in the meantime, a drive that's held by a lunging Bobrovsky with Kane and Ekblad going at it yet again in front of the Florida net. A lot of healing tactics here from both sides. Minute 38 to go in the second period, and the linesmen at times, Bob, have to feel like a referee when there's a lot of clutch and grab, just constantly breaking the fighters up. And while no meaningful blows exchanged, certainly these two teams getting after one another tonight in Game 3.
I don't know why they reacted so aggressively on Kane there.
Out of habit, 4-1, Florida. 1:38 to play in the second period. Look, Florida fans on the Jumbotron celebrating my partner, Bob Stauffer.
I don't think I'm the Bob they're thinking of.
Bare-chested, red and white checked, homage.
Well, right now he's locked in, very comfortable.
Off the draw, McDavid able to keep it alive up top left point. Now to Kane on the half wall. Round the boards for Hagee. Snatched it away from a pinching Bouchard. Forsling at the last minute. One touched it over to Ekblad, and a high floater is sent back towards center. Ekblad, of course, suspended for inadvertently using a banned substance down the stretch. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, and all he knows is Florida. Haven't played 11 seasons.
Oh, they'll get him and Bennett re-signed.
Mikkel off the left-hand side. Chip up the wing. Smacked up the boards. Luostarinen able to pin it there in the corner. Horse collared by McDavid. Wallman trying to pry it loose. You got 5 players scrum in the far corner. Nurse, maybe a cross check. Nurse, a couple of jabs, and then another shot. There's definitely a cross check coming on Darnell Nurse. I don't know whether there's anything else. Florida Panthers got it in deep.
25 Edmonton, minor cross check.
And a frustrated Darnell Nurse to the box. And then Wallman came over with a pop on Sam Reinhart, who was also on the receiving end of the cross check. So now leading 4-1. The Panthers get one here, Bob, and I'm not sure we're going to see Stuart Skinner for the third period.
Come in and they get one here.
See what happens. Nurse in the box, one of Edmonton's top penalty killers. So as a result, your Napa Auto Parts penalty kill looks like Kulak and Ekholm out there with Nugent Hopkins and Adam Henrique. Florida trying to put game 3 away with a power play goal. 44.7 on the clock. Bennett will take the draw against Adam Henrique. The Panthers lead by 3 goals. Henrique wins the faceoff. Ekholm trapped in the corner. Edmonton looking to get a kill and build some momentum for early in the third. Henrique took it away and eventually just dropped one deep in the Florida zone. Bobrovsky will knock it down for Nate Schmidt. Final 25 seconds, period 2. 4-1 Panthers. Schmidt shoots it off the end boards, reaching for it, Kulak, and it was banged off the side of the net by Bennett. Taken away by Connor Brown, and he got it through Nate Schmidt at the point. So just 12 seconds remain, and Florida's got to hurry here. Down to 8 seconds. Schmidt goes up the left-hand side, broken up by Janmark. Kulak will watch as the skate ends up in the corner. Kulak put it there, and a late shot by Rodriguez flies high and wide at the horn. And the Florida Panthers will have a minute 16 and a fresh sheet of ice on the power play, as well as a 4-1 lead when we begin the third period in roughly 18 minutes time. And Bob, it obviously starts with a kill, and then you've got to work your way back somehow. This is not an easy club to come from behind against. The Oilers became the first team in the Paul Maurice era to win a Stanley Cup playoff game against Florida when trailing after 2 periods. They were down 1 goal in game 1. They're down 3 here. How would you suggest they chip away?
All I'm going to say is just win the period. Go from there. See if you can build some momentum on the third period. You've been outplayed here. I know the shots are 24-19. I don't trust the shots in this game. Let's just establish that. To me, the scoring chances are probably even. But their guys made a couple great saves. The Oilers were not disciplined early in this game. That's part of who they were. And it's tough. You come here on the road, and they're an emotional, physical team that play on the edge. And it's like they know exactly how far they can go. And if people really dug in as to why that's the case, they would not be surprised. But they're a team that is built a certain way, and they're a tough out. And the Oilers knew that coming in.
The Oilers are a tough out, too. They've proven that over the last 3 or 4 years. Yes, and the Oilers are a team
going into tonight's game that are 10 and 13 under Chris Knobloch in the first 3 games of a series. They're 18 and 2 in the final 4 games 4 through 7. Unfortunately, one of those losses was here in game 7. A lot of work here for the Oilers to do in the third period, but Jack, to me, you can't score 3 goals at a time. Get the kill to start the period. Get back to your 5-on-5 game. and just see if you can win the period and build on that.
It was 2-0 Florida after one. Corey Perry got a power play goal to start the second, but then the quick response by Florida, and that was key because it came a minute 20 after the Perry goal had quieted the crowd and put the Oilers firmly back in this game. Sam Reinhart off a turnover set up by Verhaeghe. A minute 20 after that Perry goal, 3-1 Florida, and that was followed 4.5 minutes later by Sam Bennett beating Stuart Skinner off a breakaway. And that brings us to our current 4-1 margin. The Panthers will have a power play to start the third period. Alongside Bob Stauffer, it's Jack Michaels from Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida 4, Edmonton 1. We head to the third, and now we head to break. And on the other side, you'll hear from Bryn and Rob. This is our live coverage brought to you by Ford Dealers, NHL Hockey. And it's only the Oilers Radio Network.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming an 880 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment. Sign up now at 880ched.com and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 880 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk, where Edmonton stays informed and entertained today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
We got no Connor McDavid on the power play unit. Shot by Bouchard, ripped home by Corey Perry, and the Oilers get a power play goal without Connor McDavid on the ice. It's Perry who scores on the man advantage, and the Oilers whittle the deficit to 2-1.
And that's our highlight zone brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the second intermission. Bryn Griffiths, Rob Brown, Rogers Place. It's the watch party. It's a little quiet in here, and why wouldn't it be? After 40 minutes of play, the Oilers are trailing the Florida Panthers 4-1. Rob, Oilers did what they had to do. They had to get a goal fast, and they got one from Corey Perry. That one on our highlight zone. A minute 40 into the beginning of the second period to get a little bit of momentum back. It just didn't last very long.
It didn't, and if you look at the way the Oilers scored the power play goals with their best player on the bench, Connor McDavid was off the ice when Corey Perry put it in. So it's one of those, unexpected power play goals, and you think, okay, here's what the Oilers needed. They got the early goal, they're within one, but big mistakes after that.
Yeah,
a couple of turnovers, and all of a sudden the Florida Panthers extend their lead. And the Florida Panthers are a pretty good team with the lead. I think they're 33-1 now in the playoffs under Paul Maurice. And they have another lead going into the third period. But I think at times in this game, the Oilers have tried to out Florida the Panthers, trying to be the bullies after whistles, after periods, stuff like that. That plays into the way the Florida Panthers want to play. And the Edmonton Oilers, where their strengths are, they're a faster team. They probably have more skill up front. Their defensemen a little more fleet-footed. Those are the things they got to take advantage of. And thus far in this game, it's been a Florida Panthers-style hockey game where it is, there is no room out there. The physicality is probably a little nastier than we saw in the first 2 games. And the Florida Panthers, this is the strength of their team.
It's going to take a Herculean effort by the Oilers, who don't quit and have proven that all the way through this entire playoff run, but down 4-1 here. So what do you do with the netminder? Do you give him a rest?
Oh, I leave
because
Skinner
you got to split. The goal here is to split. So it's not the end of the world if they lose this one, right?
No, but there's no thought in their dressing room of losing this hockey game.
No.
And so this is, you're not thinking split, you're thinking third period, win a game. You want to score the next goal. You have the kill, and then you score the next goal, it's 4-2. we've seen what the Oilers are capable of doing 6-on-5 when they pull their goalie. I don't think there's a better team in the National Hockey than there has been forever. So if they get down to the last 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes in the game, and they're within 2, you pull your goalie early. And maybe you score a goal, and then you pull your goalie again. So to me, the entire thought process is in the dressing room right now is get a kill to start the period,
right,
and then score the next goal. The game ain't over. This is the Edmonton Oilers. They've got Connor and Leon. Now, it has not looked good through 40 minutes, but this is a team that's capable of scoring 3 goals in a period. Now, the one thing they can't give up is another goal against.
Right.
They can score 4 in 60 minutes. I'm not sure they're going to score 5. So Stuart Skinner needs to shut the door. The penalty killing unit has to get a big kill to start the period, and then it's simple. Score the next goal after that.
I think you summed it up pretty well here when you said that right now it looks like the Oilers are trying to out-Florida the Florida Panthers. I think that's probably the best summation I can think of because it just seems that way tonight. I just don't feel like the Oilers have played Oiler kind of hockey, but that's just my...
Well, I think they've looked frustrated.
Yeah.
Connor McDavid, I've been doing these Oilers games for 10 years now. Or excuse me, for 19, but all 10 years of Connor McDavid's career here.
Right.
I don't know if I've ever seen him hit an open ice before. The Ekblad hit, I have not seen that. Every check is being finished. And when the Oilers do get their opportunity, and they've had a few, Bobrovsky has been fantastic. So I think there's just some frustration coming out. And when you're frustrated, you take penalties. And that's one thing the Oilers can ill afford is to sit in the penalty box because every 2 minutes you're in the box is 2 minutes that you're not playing all 4 lines. It's 2 minutes that your best players are sitting on the bench. So kill this penalty off, stay out of the box the rest of the game, get a save, get a goal, and then see what happens. Put a little stress on the Florida Panthers because thus far through 40 minutes, this has been as stress-free of 40 minutes the Florida Panthers have had in this series. So the Edmonton Oilers want to put some stress on them here in the final 20 minutes.
And as Bob was mentioning, the guy between the pipes for Florida right now looks quite comfortable.
Well, he's a world-class goaltender. He's the best money goalie in the world right now. 3 straight years in the finals. He's got a Stanley Cup win. I know that the Oilers are doing their best to get into the blue paint. After every whistle, you'll see at least 3 Oilers in there pushing Florida Panthers towards Bobrovsky, hoping to bump him, to cause a little bit of disruption in Bobrovsky's game. And you'll see Bobrovsky try to escape and just skate into the corner. But, get in the blue paint. Bobrovsky is as good a goalie, if not the best goalie in the National Hockey League. Make it a little harder on him to play the position. And if you do that, whether that pays dividends today or in Game 4 or throughout the series, it has been, if he sees it, Bobrovsky's going to save it. And the Oilers have allowed him to see too many shots.
It's one thing to get out of your own end, but when you get through the neutral zone and it's so suffocating right now by Florida, what do the Oilers have to do to get that defense core of Florida to turn around a little bit?
Well, part of the problem is they're having a hard time getting out of their own zone.
Right.
So when they do get it into the neutral zone, it's usually one player who's skating by himself. And he's throwing the puck in, but he's being picked by the close side defenseman, and the offside defenseman for the Panthers is going to get the puck by himself. The best thing about a forecheck, a really aggressive forecheck, is it forces the team that's coming out to, A, when they finally get out of the zone, they just want to dump it in and change. Mm-hmm. Or B, when they finally get it out of the zone, they don't have numbers. They're usually outnumbered in the neutral zone, so there's really nothing you can do.
Right.
So the Oilers, to be better in the neutral zone, they have to be better in their own zone, having cleaner breakouts. And thus far in this game, the Oilers have not had very many clean breakouts.
Got you, Rob. Thanks. We'll talk to you at the conclusion of the third period. We'll take a break. It's 4-1 Florida, leading the Oilers after 40 minutes of play. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck out Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across OilCountry, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make OilCountry a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
This is Global News at the second intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. A new Indigenous support line is now available in both Edmonton and Calgary to help people navigate Alberta's healthcare system. The program was initially formed through a conversation with Indigenous leaders and elders who felt concerns about their health weren't being heard. The toll-free support line was piloted in northern Alberta and then expanded to other more rural areas. At the start of June, it went province-wide. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is quite likely going to attend the Global Energy Show to promote our province as a place for responsible power development. Premier Smith says Alberta has risen among the global ranks as an energy powerhouse and stands ready to provide solutions to partners while boasting a strong environmental record. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says he wants to see more details on the military capabilities the federal government is planning to acquire. This comes after Prime Minister Mark Carney said today that Ottawa will rapidly advance its military spending timeline to hit the NATO target of 2% of national gross domestic product this year. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be after the game on 880 CHED.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
End of the Row Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Twin Griffiths back at Rogers Place after 2 periods of play. It is 4-1. The Panthers leading the Edmonton Oilers. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Let's flip over to baseball. How are the Blue Jays doing tonight? Well, you know what? They scored twice in the first 2 innings to take a 2-0 lead. They scored 2 in the 7th and 8th innings, and they had a rather comfortable lead. But the Cardinals scored 4 times in the bottom of the 8th inning to tie it up at 4. They are now going to the bottom of the 9th inning. That one is a bit of a nail-biter for the Toronto Blue Jays today, but that is the beginning of a 3-game series in St. Louis starting up tonight. As we mentioned, the Oilers going to the 3rd period, trailing 4-1 against the Florida Panthers. What do they got in the tank? Can they come back? Can they tie this thing up? We'll see. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The 3rd period is on the way. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission, Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in store for details.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida 4-1 lead as we begin the third period alongside Bob Stauffer. I'm Jack Michaels from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Remember, the Oilers will be shorthanded for the first minute 16 of this final 20 minutes, and they're down 3. They'll start with Janmark, Brown, Wallman, and Ekholm on their shorthanded unit presented by Nap Auto Parts. Stuart Skinner remains on the pipes, and a face-off win for Sasha Barkov. Florida can pretty much seal it with a power play goal here. The Panthers have been close to lights out when leading entering the final 20 minutes. Oilers again ended a 30-game winning streak for Florida in the Stanley Cup playoffs with that come-from-behind win in Game 1. But that was only one goal. Panthers are doing nothing with this power play. The Oilers do a nice job of working it, eventually to Ekholm for a length of the ice clear. Ekblad back to Seth Jones, and with 40 seconds on the man advantage, here come the Panthers. They're in the red, moving right to left. The dangerous McDavid and Kapanen, a lot of speed on this particular penalty-killing unit, Kulak and Bouchard. Wristed down deep by Barkov. Turned over by Reinhart and clubbed down the ice by Kapanen. McDavid with some token pressure, just something for Bobrovsky to think about. He curls it back to Seth Jones, and one last rush in the offing for the Panthers. Nico Mikkola through the neutral zone. He'll chip it to the far corner, track it down himself. Brad Marchand had his stick lifted by Bouchard, who in turn saw Luostarinen power into a crevice. Behind the net, Lundell threw it, but Kapanen first to get on the puck and eventually shoots it to the open side back towards center, and that's going to do it for the Florida power play. Hammered back in by Mikkola. Oilers penalty kill have done a reasonable job tonight. Florida's 1 for 5. Oiler power play 1 for 4. But 5-on-5, Florida has a 3-0 advantage, and now the Panthers are whistled for an offside.
Well, Edmonton has been very composed, Jack, over the last month. And that disappeared in the first period a bit. And I'm not quite sure why, but the bottom line here is I think Edmonton's a team that plays best with
when the penalties are down.
Yep. Just go
face-off win for Rodriguez. So in other words, even though it's not like Edmonton was shorthanded more often than Florida, it still favored the Panthers.
And the Panthers are a good team, and you know that.
Here's Evander Kane, a shot from the left wing. That was deflected away from Bobrovsky. Arvidsson hovering close by the rebound. Got it back to Klingberg. Good pressure here from Edmonton, 5-on-5. Draisaitl crowded by Rodriguez. Got the elbow up, taken off the boards. And Sam Bennett will clear for Nate Schmidt from center. He'll backhand it in deep. Skinner will knock it down. Skinner puts it up the glass, and that will be delay of game.
No, you don't need that to happen.
That did not catch the window on its way out, and as a result, the Oilers will be shorthanded for a sixth time tonight. 2 minutes for delay of game, whistled against Stuart Skinner.
Well,
penalty be served by Evander Kane, and Florida will get yet another opportunity to maybe put this one away with a 4-1 lead and on a sixth power play. Oilers' only goal tonight, Corey Perry on the power play. It marks the 8th consecutive game the Oilers have scored on the power play in this postseason. But now it's the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill that will try to keep Edmonton's hopes afloat. Henrique, Nugent Hopkins, Wallman,
and this second unit's been really good for them.
Sam Bennett's going to be chased out of the circle, replaced by Carter Verhaeghe. Marchand, Rodriguez, and Schmidt round out the second unit for Florida. And off the draw, it's Bennett. Scored his league-leading 14th earlier tonight. Shoots off the post, and he missed the 15th by a whisker.
Right now, Florida wins the cup. He's winning the Conn Smythe.
Sam Bennett, left-hand side, and he'd be the first Conn Smythe winner to hit free agency in half a century. Schmidt throws it toward the net, and that's going to be snared by Stuart Skinner. He'll freeze it with 17:20 to play in regulation and a minute 39 in the delay of game call assessed against Stuart Skinner. And Bennett ripped that over the left shoulder, glanced off the goalpost. That's the only reason why Florida isn't up 5-1. Bennett, face-off win against Henrique. Verhaeghe across. Schmidt loads and fires, and a save made by Stuart Skinner, with the Panthers once again able to generate some traffic in front of the Oiler net in the form of Brad Marchand, who narrowly missed getting a piece of that puck. Tried to deflect it home. Henrique, this time against Evan Rodriguez. Face-off win for Rodriguez. Bennett across to Verhaeghe. Top of the left circle, Schmidt. Back to Bennett, right circle. Back to Verhaeghe, a one-timer, that was blocked. Rebound, Verhaeghe, stopped by Skinner. But that's 2 seam passes in a row that Bennett has gotten to Verhaeghe, and that's what Edmonton must cut off. One-timer ripped by Rodriguez on a setup from Nate Schmidt. Here's Bennett firing, and that glanced off Skinner and flew out of play. Even the play where there was no shot, right before that, Bob, I was going to say, you got to get that, you got to get a stick on that seam pass. And then the second one was an excellent scoring chance, and Verhaeghe shot it right off the logo. Carter Verhaeghe, 33 Stanley Cup playoff goals to his credit.
Well, Allman gave a little shot there to Marchand. It's right now the Panthers are up in the game. They're in the driver's seat here, and they're clearly, the Oilers are agitated and frustrated.
Ekblad drops it off. Jones, Barkov on the goal line, checked by Nurse, coming over to help out. Matthew Tkachuk takes the pass inside. Reinhart, one-timer score. Ekblad, 5-1 Florida. Play goal, Aaron Ekblad. And the Panthers have taken total command of Game 3 of this Stanley Cup Final.
It's a nice goal.
Ekblad's 4th of the playoffs. And Reinhart, the Schneid in the second period with a goal, made a beautiful no-look pass, and Ekblad made no mistake. Stuart Skinner helpless. Matthew Tkachuk will get his second point of the series, and that is going to be it. Stuart Skinner's gone. And this is a mercy pull. This is not related to Skinner's performance. He turns aside 18 of 23, and Calvin Pickard for the first time since Game 2 of the Vegas series, which he won in overtime, returns to the net. He's 6-0 in this postseason with a save percentage of .888. It's his 11th career Stanley Cup playoff appearance. Kane lines up against Anton Lundell and wins the face-off. Tap back by Brown to Klingberg. Brown looking to guide one ahead for Kane. Broken up by Luostarinen. He'll hit the line right to left. Luostarinen, a shot kicked aside by Pickard. Rebound, Kane put it up the left-hand boards. Mikkola dashes over against Connor Brown. Jones did not get it out. Brown back on top of the puck for Edmonton. Still swinging around the boards. Klingberg had a shot blocked. Luostarinen at center ice. Carves it free, looking for Marchand. Ekholm attempted to clear, did not get it through. A second time, he'll put it up the left-hand side. And now Leon Draisaitl makes a move around Luostarinen. Dropped it off for Brown. Through the middle. Picked up by Kane. Not much on that backhand offering. And cleared ahead. Klingberg kept it in. Brown breaks in. Backhander to save made Bobrovsky. Panthers were cheating the zone a bit, and Brown broke in on a partial breakaway, and Bobrovsky stoned him. Panthers get it in deep. Forsling a shot from distance. That wobbled into the corner on a deflection. Nate Schmidt threw it around the boards for Sam Reinhart. What a feed he made to Ekblad to set up the second power play goal of the game for the Florida Panthers. And the fourth of Ekblad's postseason. Bouchard up the right-hand side. Arvidsson overran the play. Forsling knocked him down, and the Panthers send one skipping across the Oiler blue line. Wollman around to Bouchard. We've got a collision on the far side as a penalty call. Greer got popped. And this one seems on the verge of exploding. There was a collision involving Janmark and Greer. 5 minutes having been played in this third period. And Janmark's trudging to the penalty box. Here's the call. It's a roughing call on Janmark. And Bob, obviously the frustration continues to mount. Calvin Pickard on for Stuart Skinner will be tested by a Florida power play that's 2 for 6 tonight and 4 for 12 in the series. And this was after in the previous 2 Stanley Cup finals against Vegas in 23 and Edmonton last year, Florida went a combined 1 for 35. Off the draw, cleared by the Oilers down the right-hand side. This one would seem academic.
Yes, but I think if you're an Oilers partisan, you're thinking you needed to win the special teams battle. Florida has won that in the series so far.
Schmidt sends it in deep. For me, 5-on-5, what needs to be figured out is the Lundell, Marchand, Luostarinen line. That continues to be high prosperity for Florida. The Oilers brought it the other way. Short-handed Nugent Hopkins and Nurse are offside. But, Bob, this is not a problem unique to Edmonton. But it's one the Oilers, in my opinion, have to at least saw that off. Because right now, Florida's third line...
They're killing them. Well, and they're sawing off the top 2 lines. And again, that's where you lose one guy of Hyman's caliber. He's your third best forward. It's a 50-goal scorer. And you got to have other guys step up. And you think about what's happened tonight. But Colson turns the puck over on the 4-1 goal. The guy who's been pretty sure-handed and played a north-south game, and he got blown up by a big hit. Oilers got knocked on their ass from the get-go tonight, Jack, and they never were able to pick themselves up over the map. Early goal, and it just kind of unraveled from there. And this is as undisciplined and as frustrated as we've seen Edmonton since Game 2 of the LA series.
Still a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Barkov breaking through the neutral zone, pulls up top of the right circle. Hits Sam Reinhart, left circle. Back to Barkov. They'd like to get Barkov going offensively. He'll go down low to Kachuk. Tried to hit Ekblad. That pass was tipped by Wallman, who's out there with Podkolzin, Ekholm, and Kapanen. Jones in front. Reinhart booted it on net off the pads of Skinner. Kick back to Ekblad. Barkov loads and fires in front, and that was deflected. Intended for Matthew Kachuk, who was looking to one-touch that home. Ekblad overpowered by Podkolzin, who manages to clear to center. Taken over by Barkov. Florida on the power play for another half minute. Walking in is Jones. Matthew Kachuk. Lundell couldn't get it cleanly on his stick. Back to Reinhart. Fired across to Seth Jones. Shadowed on the right half boards by Ekholm. Shot Schmidt. Save Pickard. Rebound picked up. It's Barkov. Deep left corner. Put it behind the net. Kachuk. Ushered on to Reinhart. Podkolzin forced a turnover. Good play by Podkolzin. And Ekholm, a length of the ice clear. That'll do it for the Florida power play. The Panthers are 2 for 7, but now the clock is inside 13 minutes. And Edmonton's deficit is 4. 5-1 as Schmidt shoots it on net with the Oilers back at full strength. Pickard on to Brett Kulak up the right-hand side. Again, Skinner gone after giving up 5 goals on 23 shots. Marchand, that's offside as Lundell in the zone prematurely with 12:38 left in regulation. Florida 5, Edmonton 1. We continue with our live coverage in just 90 seconds. This is Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final on the Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
If you've got educational goals, Portage College is ready to provide the assist. Portage College has over 30 programs, with some offered through blended delivery or entirely online. At Portage College, certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials are all within your reach. And just like any good team, it feels more like a family. With their small class sizes, you'll feel right at home in no time. To learn more about Portage College, visit portagecollege.ca. Portage College. It's about you.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Calvin Pickard has come on for the Edmonton Oilers for the first time since he won in overtime Game 2 of the Vegas series. Pickard was injured in that game when Tomas Hertl fell on him. Stuart Skinner came into that series, lost Game 3 at the buzzer, if you'll recall. And then the Oilers closed out the Vegas Golden Knights. And after dropping the opener in Dallas, won 4 straight against the Stars. Skinner started the first 2 games of this series, which were split, both overtime games. Edmonton winning 4-3. And then Florida countering with a 5-4 decision in double overtime. First time since 1951. Both games. What do we have here? Offside or another penalty?
Should be a hook against Florida here.
Yeah. The Oilers were coming up ice left to right.
Sana.
And it is Brad Marchand with 12:08 to go. Perry scored the game-tying goal, latest game-tying goal in the history of the Stanley Cup Final. And 1951 was the prior record. But now in Game 3, Florida's taking control. Chris Knobloch not conceding anything with 12 minutes to go. Top power play unit out, of course. But again, Here's Wallman instead of Nugent-Hopkins to start. Wallman and Bouchard at the points. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry. Draisaitl to take the face-off to Bobrovsky's right. Atco power play tonight, 1 for 4. Off the draw, Luostarinen. The length of the ice clear. Pickard will leave it.
Florida's pressure game tonight has been too much for Edmonton to deal with.
Wallman with a drop-off for Connor McDavid left to right. Hits the Florida line using a pick on Luostarinen, who then forced a pass to Draisaitl right point. Little give and go. Draisaitl on his backhand had it stripped by Mikkola. Those two tangle along the end boards. McDavid reaching, and then he got belted as he pushed the puck back to Bouchard in the high slot. Walking the line, Evan Bouchard now on to Connor McDavid. Oilers' only goal came on the power play. McDavid dishes Wallman a shot, and that was blocked. Going down, Nosek to get in the lane, and a clear by Mikkola. Nosek completely sold out there and got the block. Nugent-Hopkins and Kane have come on. In fact, the entire second unit halfway through this power play has come on for the Edmonton Oilers. Henrique and Kane off a dump in. Forechecking. Klingberg held the line briefly. Florida had a chance to clear, didn't get it done. Ekblad a second chance, and that's held in at the line by Brett Kulak in the high slot. It's Klingberg. Pressure up top by Barkov. Fed down low to Kane by Nugent-Hopkins. Klingberg, right point. Steps up between circles. Looks for a lane. Shoots! And a blocker save made by Bobrovsky. Kulak did well to hold the zone. Kane got thundered into. Put it off the side of the net. And that came free out of the reach of Henrique. And then Klingberg had his shot blocked and went awkwardly into the half wall. Florida with a chance to clear. Didn't get it done again. Held in by Kulak. Another opportunity, and finally Forsling backhands it through Klingberg as Nugent-Hopkins drilled him. That'll do it for the Edmonton power play. The Oilers are 1 for 5. Klingberg retrieving the puck up the left-hand side for Ekholm. 10 minutes to play in this hockey game. Florida 5, Edmonton 1 in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Oilers took Game 1. Panthers answered to get the split. And it's looking increasingly like the Oilers will have to do the same thing. Get the second one on the road to gain home ice advantage back in this series. Bennett kept it in the Edmonton zone. The chance of we want the cup going, and now Bennett getting popped from behind, and this one ready to explode, and now Bennett's on top, and now we've got mayhem breaking out. Gadjevich and Greer, big punches landed. Gadjevich throwing left hands on Darnell Nurse. That's the principal bout here. Gadjevich and Nurse as Greer roughed up Ekholm.
Gadjevich trying to get the takedown, Jack.
Gadjevich can't get the takedown. Schmidt now engaged with Connor Brown, and we've got a line brawl. 3 fights. Kulikov and Arvidsson initially wrapped up, and now Gadjevich has his right hand free and eats a right uppercut from Darnell Nurse. Gadjevich lands a left jab. And then a right hook. Nurse landed a couple uppercuts early, but now Gadjevich has caught him a couple times. Nurse getting that right hand free. Takes a chopping right. And another right hand and a left jab. Nurse fires back with a right uppercut. And a second right hand over the top. Right hook Gadjevich. Tremendous fight right at the blue line in front of the Oiler bench. Gadjevich left jab. Nurse short with an uppercut. Right hook Gadjevich. What a fight. Still not breaking it up. Gadjevich and Nurse stretching one another out. Gadjevich short with a right hook. And now I think, well, Nurse threw one more right hand, and finally they're tied up. Terrific fight between two tough customers. That was a situation where you had Gadjevich, Greer, and Bennett out there. Nurse was out there for Edmonton, but ultimately that played right into the fivesome that Florida had out on the ice, Bob.
Yep.
And for the Oilers, you didn't have Kane, you didn't have Podkolzin, you didn't have some of the guys.
You're going to have him next.
Right.
You're going to have him next.
9 9:31 to go, third period. Well, you kind of knew that was coming. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, and really Game 10 of the Stanley Cup Final if you want to go back to last year. Two great teams who don't necessarily like one another. You don't have to make for great hockey. The Panthers look like they've got this one in the bag. It's 5-1 in Game 3 when we come back with Four Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
A 5-1 hockey game, and absolute mayhem on that last shift. Basically a line brawl.
I think Greer and Gadjevich and Bennett might be getting the rest of the night off for Florida. And I think the Oilers nurse, along with Frederick, probably, I would think.
Well, I don't know. I mean, not many others were involved from an Oiler perspective. Nurse and Frederick, but like Ekholm wasn't fighting. He was getting popped by A.J. Greer.
Yeah.
In my mind, you could very well see an Edmonton power play out of this.
I think it'll be 3 misconducts for 3 misconducts. That's my prediction.
Well, you've got Nurse and Frederick going off. I mean, I don't know whether Ekholm would necessarily merit a misconduct.
I mean, Ekholm got jumped.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't see how you give him the gate. But I think they might have, Bob. And Ekholm is like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. He's out, too. So I told you, 3-10s for 3-10s. But 9:31, this is gamesmanship.
That doesn't necessarily make it right.
No.
Ekholm did not deserve a 10 there.
No, it does not make it right. This is game management on the part of 2 veteran officials. And my guess is they probably told Evander Kane no BS here. Well, right now, Perry's in the box for the Oilers. Is Edmonton shorthanded? They are. The Oilers are shorthanded.
They got the extra 2. So this is an 8th power play for Florida out of that. And they're sticking with their top unit. Barkov wins the faceoff. Kachuk wired a shot. That was blocked by Kulak. Now, this may be Paul Maurice trying to get, in particular, Barkov going offensively. Reinhardt to Seth Jones on the right-hand side against the Oiler penalty killers of Nugent-Hopkins, Henrique, Bouchard, and Kulak. Kachuk threw it up the boards, and Jones was unable to hold the zone. 9 minutes to play in regulation. Florida comfortably ahead at 5-1. Jones kicks it back to Barkov. Coming into this game, Florida was 1 of 28 on the power play at home. They're 2 for 7.
Well, they keep giving them free opportunities, Jack. Too many men on the ice. Right?
Couple of reckless plays early by Evander Kane.
Put the puck over the glass by Stuart Skinner.
Panthers dump it in. Seth Jones inside to Kachuk. forked it free for Ekblad. Paul Maurice was asked about that home road discrepancy on the power play because, of course, they're 40% on the road, and he said, we don't know. I'm not going to try to give you an answer. Rifled by Verhaeghe on net. Skinner made a good save, and Janmark controlled the rebound and brought it all the way up the ice. Tried to hit Podkolzin, but Marchand with a steal. Brad Marchand breaks loose of Podkolzin, tried to make a move around Klingberg and turned it over. Podkolzin threw it across, and now you've got Wallman trying to spin off a check from Forsling at center ice. 8 minutes to play in regulation. Florida 5, Edmonton 1. And the Panthers on the power play for the next 20 seconds with Perry serving an extra 2. Nate Schmidt on to Carter Verhaeghe. Brad Marchand worked over by Kapanen. Tried to go inside, and Kapanen made the steal. He'll bring it to center and loft it behind the Florida defense, and then he'll do it for the Panther power play.
2 for 8.
Edmonton 1 for 5. Florida 2 for 8. Again, 1 for 28 on home ice coming in during these Stanley Cup playoffs. Nearly identical power play rate from the Oilers this year. A drive from distance, and Bobrovsky had trouble handling the rebound. Perry dislodged to Bouchard, and his shot rocketed out of play by an active stick from Sam Reinhart. With 7:05 remaining in this third period, and the score 5-1 Florida will have a face-off to Bobrovsky's left-hand side. Calvin Pickard has come on for Stuart Skinner and stopped all 5 shots that he's seen. Meanwhile, Sergei Bobrovsky closing in on yet another solid performance in the Stanley Cup Final at home. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Kane out there with 7 minutes to play in the third. Kulak and Bouchard defensively. Draisaitl wins the face-off, and it's going to be whistled down. And if it's a face-off involving Leon Draisaitl, that should surprise no one listening to this broadcast. Draisaitl pleading his case, but McDavid will step in for him. Against Barkov. A reminder, Game 4 Thursday night. We'll have it for you at 6:20 Mountain from Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. Off the draw, Mikkola lost a battle to Evander Kane, who powered it back behind the net. Reinhart to Barkov, who turns, waits, sends it over to Seth Jones, collected, and then failed to clear it out of the zone, although Draisaitl juggled and lost the handle back to center. So Edmonton must reload. Kulak and Bouchard out there on the power play, and it's Kulak who takes a lead pass from Draisaitl and flips it behind the Florida defense. As now we've got 5-on-5 hockey. Draisaitl against Barkov. Threw it around the boards. Bouchard steps up with a shot from distance, and a stick save made by Bobrovsky. Kane thundered into Barkov. Bobrovsky made a blocker save, a shot from distance against Kulak. Verhaeghe comes over to handle the puck for Florida and works it behind the net for Seth Jones. He knifes it ahead for Verhaeghe, and it's carved out of the corner and down the ice, and a big hit on Verhaeghe. And Verhaeghe might be a little shaken up, and Kane might get the gate here. Are they just sending Kane off? I mean, is it a boarding penalty, or are they just giving him an arbitrary 10?
I think he got a stick up on Verhaeghe behind the play here.
It looked like he was pointing toward the gate like automatic ejection here. Let's get the call.
There's a major penalty on the play. Plays under review.
Kane on his way by kind of jabbed the stick near Verhaeghe's face. He caught a piece of him, and then a big slash. Verhaeghe chopped down by Bouchard. Bouchard was actually the man that chopped Verhaeghe down. That's not a
He barely touched him.
Right.
He barely touched him.
Bouchard, did he get away with a slash? That's what we don't know. I mean, Evander Kane, there's no way that's a 5-minute major. But a huge windup from Evan Bouchard on the slash to Verhaeghe. They missed the slash.
Might be on Booch and not Kane. Here's the call.
Number 91, Edmonton's got a minor for a slash and a 10-minute misconduct.
They just wanted him out of the game. That's all they did. They just wanted him out of the game.
Now, Bouchard, you certainly could have called a slash and a 10-minute misconduct if you wanted to. So this will be power play number 9 for Florida. 6:05 to go in the third period. And Bob, this one feels about as long as the double overtime affair we called the other night in Edmonton. But of course, this one will be decided within the 60 minutes. Henrique and Nugent-Hopkins lining up for the draw, and Barkov wins the faceoff. Here's Matthew Tkachuk, left circle, curled it back to Seth Jones. Tkachuk coming off the goal line, peers inside, threw it across, that was tipped. Barkov, the Florida captain, swung it back to Jones. No lane, Barkov. Pressure from Henrique. Up top, Nugent-Hopkins, a shot deflected wide of Pickard. Tkachuk on the rebound. Klingberg and Wallman out there, rounding out the Napa Auto Parts penalty-killing foursome. Shoveled behind the net by Ekblad. Tkachuk let it go through. Reinhart, Barkov up top for Seth Jones. Inside to Reinhart, a one-timer to save made by Pickard. Rebound shoveled out by Nugent-Hopkins. Down the ice and more pushing and shoving. And now Wallman threw a big right hand. Ekblad comes flying in. Wallman threw a huge right hand trying to catch Matthew Tkachuk. And more posturing, squaring up. Ekblad looks like he might want to fight out of this. Nugent-Hopkins and Reinhart jab one another. Now, Nugent-Hopkins was a question mark for this game. Ordinarily, that might be a fight that Nugent-Hopkins could be goaded into and would take. But he's not going to take it in this situation. Ekblad wanted a chunk of Wallman for throwing that haymaker at Matthew Tkachuk, but he's restrained by linesman Trent Noor. And more penalties to follow here as this game 3.
96 Edmonton has 4 minutes roughing, 2 minutes on sportsmanlike. Number 5 Florida has double minor roughing, 2 minutes up on Edmonton.
He said 4 Florida, he means 5 Florida, which is Ekblad. And this game is starting to
deteriorate.
And it's a ponderous conclusion. So they'll sort out this. Wallman's gone for the game. 5:16 remaining third period. Well, you start thinking about adjustments, quite frankly, for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final, Bob. If you want to, the opportunity for lineup changes there. Wallman with Klingberg holding Tkachuk.
He got his
landed a couple of shots, and then Ekblad came flying in to protect Tkachuk. That reminded me years ago, Bob, and I don't know whether you were following the league that closely. I think it was Andrew Toney that pinned Larry Bird's arms back behind him, and Julius Erving popped him a couple times.
That reminded me of when Ryan Whitney in Arizona behind the goal. And was it Derek Morris got a free hand on Ryan Whitney and landed like, was it, so it's a 5-on-3.
5-on-3. McDavid's serving the extra penalty. It's the 9th. It's going to be the 9th power play for Florida when it's all said and done. 5-on-3. Rodriguez up to Schmidt, and now Seth Jones left circle. Kulak, Klingberg, and Janmark out there for Edmonton. Here's the dish to Jones. He'll move it for Hagee, net front presence. Well, now Florida's called off the dogs here. Rodriguez, one-timer. That was blocked by Klingberg. Nosek is playing net front. Verhaeghe on the right flank. And Schmidt and Jones up top. Tried to slither it through, did Verhaeghe to Rodriguez. Broken up by Janmark. And the 5-on-3 down to 25 seconds. 4.5 left in the third period. Florida 5. And Edmonton 1. Here's Seth Jones working his way down the right-hand side for Niko Mikkola. Luostarinen to Mikkola. Jones, right circle, wrist shot, and that was blistered up top and out of play. Kulak got the deflection. Kapanen flattened Luostarinen and is immediately worked out of there by Trent Noor. And the officials are just trying to get this game over with. 4:13 to go in the third period. Kapanen got a heavy piece of Luostarinen. Just cross-check to Luostarinen for no apparent reason.
Edmonton 42, 2-minute clock checking, 10-minute misconduct.
Yeah, that's a 2 and a 10. And if this keeps going, Bob may have to shed the blue suit and get down there in his old. What were the last pair of skates?
They're at the house.
What's that?
They're at the house, Jock.
No, but what brand?
Super Tax.
All right. So with 4:13 to play in the third, it's going to be a 5-on-3 for about another 8 seconds, then another 49 seconds.
Kapanen had a nice engaging conversation with some of the luminaries behind the Oilers bench.
And who would that be? Did you lay eyes on them?
No, the fans.
Oh, not a fan. I mean, there are a lot of luminaries here. Yeah. You know them all. You just don't introduce me. Face off on the dot immediately outside the Edmonton blue line. Nosek will line up against Connor Brown. Klingberg and Kulak round out, and the Edmonton bench is lonely right now. You've got 6 players, plus the 3 are on the ice. Edmonton's finishing this game with 9 skaters. Here's Forsling stepping up. 5-on-3, remember. Mikkola with control of the puck for Florida. Mikkola to Rodriguez. One-timer score. 6-1. That's Rodriguez's second goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the 5th over 2 years head-to-head against Edmonton in the Stanley Cup final. Time 16:10. Third power play goal of the night for Florida. And 5th in this series. And again, last year in the Stanley Cup final, Florida was 1 for 21 on the power play with 2 shorthanded goals against. Rodriguez from Mikkola, 6-1. Face off at center, a battle of 92s, but Colson wins it against Tomas Nosek. Florida still on the power play for another minute 40. Kulak clears and drills it down the middle of the ice. And there's some pushing and shoving involving Nosek and Kulak, who brought his elbow up pretty high on Nosek. Gaining the line at center is Gustav Forsling. He'll send it in, but Colson clears length of the ice. Forsling, by the way, will get a second assist on the scoring play. 6-1 Florida, 3:10 to go. In the third, bumped in by Lundell, hammered down the ice by Kulak, and more penalties. Kulak.
That's going to be a penalty on Florida for an elbow to the head.
Well, Kulak got away with an elbow on the head on the prior shift to Nosek, and then Luostarinen came over and retaliated against Kulak, and I think he's getting called here.
27, Florida's got a minor for a charge.
Oh, a charge officially. So we'll play 4-on-4 for the next 58 seconds, and then Edmonton will get a power play for a minute 2. That's if everything holds up. And this third period is aging my partner by the minute.
Oh, it happens once in a while.
I think you might need a touch-up by the...
I don't need a touch-up. You want to put some skates on me, I'll go out there and go run somebody and cross-check somebody as well. Got no problem with that.
3 minutes, to go in the third. I'm just talking about the length of this game.
I understand the frustrations got out of control, and Edmonton's going to have to play completely composed on Thursday. They're going to have a chance to recalibrate.
Here's Barkov. Around McDavid, dishing off. Kulikov, backhander denied by Pickard. Rebound stayed out. McDavid got it ahead for Leon Draisaitl. Pestered by Nate Schmidt. This is a 4-on-4 situation. You got McDavid and Draisaitl out there, principally because Edmonton's down to 9 skaters. Otherwise, they likely would not touch the ice in a 6-1 contest.
No.
Draisaitl dropping it off for Bouchard, and he will leisurely skate off the ice alongside McDavid as the Oilers prepare to go on a power play here.
Just want to get this game over with, Jack, if you're Edmonton. And
Henrique.
Best of 7, not a best of 3.
Henrique checked by Jones as he entered the zone on the right-hand side. And Jones with the puck. Edmonton officially on an Atco power play for half of what's remaining in the game as we go inside 2 minutes. The We Want the Cup chants from 19,500 plus at Amerant Bank Arena. Bouchard whistles it in deep. Rodriguez wedged it outside and ultimately into the bench. So the faceoff will come out to the neutral zone with 39 seconds left in the penalty to Livestream.
Jack, the decision to toss both Ekholm and Frederick out of the game when they were basically jumped in that sequence was something. And that was classic game management from the officials. Same with the play on Evander Kane. I mean, he barely touched the Florida player. Give him a little bit of a love tap.
Here's Bouchard stepping up. A sliding stop made by Bobrovsky. Rebound available. Connor Brown couldn't finish. Here's a feed inside for Podkolzin. Knocked off a stick and back to the red line. This is an Oiler power play, remember. Bouchard off to Janmark. Nosek, Brown, and Arvidsson. Here's Janmark hitting the line. Arvidsson jabbed off a stick. Bouchard will put it around the board, stepping up and maintaining as Janmark cross seamer. Broken up by Lundell, who's able to one-hand it down the ice, and that'll do it for the Oiler power play. Final minute. Florida's going to win this hockey game and take a 2-1 series lead. Game 4, Thursday night. 6:20 Mountain right here on the Oilers Radio Network. But Colson jumps inside Mikkola. Got it in deep. Finishes his check on Seth Jones. Tugged up the left-hand side. Rodriguez backs off as Klingberg settles it down for Edmonton. Final half minute. And what's left of this crowd waving their white towels and celebrating a Florida victory that pulls the Panthers within 2 wins of a second consecutive Stanley Cup. Perry tried to get inside, could not. Luostarinen banged into by Kulak. And now Mikkola will safely backhand it through the middle. Final 10 seconds, and Klingberg, I believe, will just keep it on his stick. Uncorks a blast at Bobrovsky, the save made. Perry wants to fight Mikkola.
No, he doesn't need to do that. Doesn't need to do that.
They don't, and now Connor Brown gives Mikkola a bit of a stick. This one ready to explode here. Perry wrapped up with an official. Nosek throwing hands on Corey Perry.
The official is doing a favor.
To separate the two.
He's doing a favor to Corey Perry because right now it's a fighting match in the final 5 minutes of the game. They'll give them roughing penalties and misconducts just so the guys don't get suspended for the next game.
Meanwhile, all the rats come tumbling into the ice. So you've got rats, plastic rats landing on the ice surface. Brown and Mikkola jawing at one another. And ultimately, the players will be pried apart.
I can't believe the refs have not got this under control yet.
They finally separate Perry and Rodriguez, and Perry reluctantly heads to the dressing room, and Florida has the finishing touches finally on a 6-1 victory in Game 3. The shot's 33-31 in favor of Edmonton, but Florida, the key sequence in this game after Corey Perry brought the Oilers to within 2-1, Sam Reinhart off a turnover scored a minute 20 later, and then when Sam Bennett scored on basically a partial 2-on-0,
it was game over.
The Florida Panthers were able to to ride it home from there, and they win comfortably on home ice by a count of 6-1. Oilers outshot the Panthers in 2 of the 3 periods, but ultimately
it's quite irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah,
quite irrelevant. 6-1 your final, and Edmonton, I think, now has to channel what Florida did in Game 2. The Panthers were disappointed. They let a third period lead and a 3-1 advantage in Game 1 get away. But when the night was down on Friday, they could say, we have our split. We got what we came for. I think Edmonton, regardless of the final score tonight, has to look at Game 4 the same way. If the Oilers win on Thursday night, they've regained home ice, and it's a best of 3, and 2 of the games will be played at Rogers Place.
There's only one thing that has to happen on Thursday. Edmonton must play with composure. And hopefully they got the crap out of their system tonight. I get it. It's a team that pisses you off. They're in your face. And by the way, their goalie ended up being a third star tonight because when there were chances for the Oilers to get some looks,
he was good.
He was good.
And I don't blame, Stuart Skinner, especially on the 5th goal. It's a 5, it's basically an
the Oilers the Oilers were unglued. They were out of sorts. I don't know what happened. We're going to have to dig in to find out why they played with this sort of emotional. They just were not balanced. It has not been part of their modus operandi
for a month and a half. You got to go back to April the 23rd. So that's 6 weeks ago, where again Edmonton got itself in penalty trouble, gave up 3 power play goals, and lost in a rout 6-2. That was the game, interestingly enough, that ushered in Calvin Pickard.
Yeah.
And Pickard won Game 3 and won the next 6.
Couldn't fall behind early, fell behind early.
Right.
Then you had a chance in the power play, couldn't score in your power play. They end up getting one. With 2 minutes left in the first period, you get an early power play goal, but a giveaway on the 3-1 goal, and maybe you could argue that Klingberg was stripped. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Edmonton got run over today.
So, there were some changes after Game 2 of the LA series.
I'm starting Pickard.
That's one. You're starting Pickard for Game 4.
And I'm putting Stetcher in for Klingberg.
Stetcher for Klingberg. Those are the 2 changes.
Yes, partially because I think he can help settle Nurse down when they play together. Okay? So, Klingberg ended up having a rough one today. What got thrown on the ice there? Holy cow.
All the rats.
Well, that's not all that got thrown on the ice. Anyways, bottom line here is I'm making at least 2 changes into the lineup. Clearly tonight's the night where you miss Hyman, but hey, they went through this before. It was an ugly night. Those sort of things happen once in a while. This team has been very good in games 4 through 7 in the series. They're going to have to dig deep. They got pounded tonight, but they were the author of their own demise. Jack, the Florida Panthers ended up 3 for 11 on the power play. Got 3 for 10 or 3 for 11. I ran out of space in my card.
I had 3 for 10, but that doesn't mean you're wrong, because
occasionally I am
after
wrong.
a while I started to lose interest in the parade to the penalty box.
I don't think much more needs to be said. I'm making a couple changes. I'm probably going to start Pickard. Okay? I'm going to start Pickard because that saves me to start Skinner in Game 5 at home. So I'm going to give Pickard a start.
Unless you win Game 4.
Then you're starting.
Pickard is significant in that victory.
Then you give him a second start.
You're a Western Conference team. I think you've got to roll that way.
So do I.
There's no.
And you're built like the drop off for them is so substantive. Like Vanacek has got horrendous playoff numbers. Of course, nobody really got in Bobrovsky's grill the entire night.
And he wasn't. But what I'm saying is, when you go through a regular season as a Western Conference team with a 50-30 split, I've always found it curious that it becomes a 25-0 split in the postseason, and that's somehow not controversial.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised if
I would start Pickard, and I think they get some juice from putting in at this point Stetcher in for Klingberg. Klingberg had a tough evening. He had to end up playing quite a bit because the Oilers were down Wallman and Nurse by the end of the game. Frederick, and unfortunately, and I got
Ekholm. They were down Ekholm too. Half of their defense.
I got sent texts from multiple former players saying, then it got physical, and the Oilers lost that too because they ended up getting guys, Nurse. I mean, Gadjevich is legitimately tough. Went toe-to-toe with Nurse. I mean, that was just a old school.
Terrific fight.
Frederick, got jumped in the process.
Correct. And so did Ekholm, and that's why I didn't. Yeah. That's why I was disputing what you were saying about the 3 each way.
But I just looked at it. They're going to manage the game,
and they did.
And that's what they did with Kane. Like Kane's got to make it. If you're Evander Kane, you don't stick a guy.
I would have said Bouchard off for sure.
Yeah, I mean
he acts absolutely tomahawk chopped.
So
Carter Verhaeghe. Bottom line is
they got to play a heck of a lot better on Thursday.
6-1 your final. Florida scores the last 4 goals of the game, 2 in each of the 3 periods. Edmonton's lone tally was on the power play, a goal by Corey Perry, his 9th of the postseason as the 40-year-old continues to roll through the Stanley Cup playoffs. But as Bob talked about, the story was Florida tonight. They got some guys off the schneid, and Rodriguez with his 2nd, Reinhart, who had been quiet, with his 5th, and ultimately they've got the best player in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and he continues to light it up. Sam Bennett probably put this game out of reach when he scored the 4-1 goal midway through the 2nd period, and really the Panthers never looked back. Corey Perry, by the way, only Draisaitl and Bennett have more goals than he does in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Bennett with 14, Draisaitl 10, and Perry and Mikko Rantanen, who of course is no longer competing, sitting there with 9. Stuart Skinner will take the loss. He's now 7-6 in this postseason as he issues 5 goals on 23 shots. Calvin Pickard in relief stopped 7 of 8, and Sergei Bobrovsky at the other end. Pretty solid for Florida. 32 stops on 33 shots. He improves his Stanley Cup playoff record to 14-6 this year and 59-49 over the course of his often brilliant 15-year career. The Florida Panthers have taken a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final, with the Oilers having an opportunity to wrestle home ice advantage back in their favor with a Game 4 victory. We'll see whether they can do it, and we'll have that for you right here on the Oilers Radio Network Thursday night, 6:20 Mountain Time. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Bryn Griffiths, and Rob Brown, I'm Jack Michaels saying good night from Sunrise, Florida. The final score, the Panthers 6, the Oilers 1. Florida leads the Stanley Cup final 2-1. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers Postgame Show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers Postgame Show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Got no Connor McDavid on the power play unit. Shot by Bouchard, ripped home by Corey Perry, and the Oilers get a power play goal without Connor McDavid on the ice. It's Perry who scores on the man advantage, and the Oilers whittle the deficit to 2-1.
Well, that's the type of night it was. The color guy who prides himself in not interrupting the play-by-play guy when he's calling the game bags him on the play, and that's the only goal the Oilers scored. And that's as close as Edmonton got, and then 2 quick goals right after in the second period for the Florida Panthers, and were off and running. And there's really no way to sugarcoat this tonight. The Panthers were better in every facet of the game, and that is the highlight zone for Century Casino. All in, all games, all season. Century Casino, 3 great locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the Winter Zone. This is the Rogers Postgame Show from the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth on the Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
Today, you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
All right, well, obviously, on a night like tonight, we're going to be hard-pressed. In fact, we're just going to pass on it. The plus play of the game brought to you by Catelli Protein Plus. With the classic taste of Catelli and 17 grams of protein, it's the most delicious way to score with your taste buds on and off the ice. We're in the Rogers Postgame Show. No Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance, goal of the game, health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. This was, you could argue this here, and here's the thing about textbook Florida Panthers hockey. They can score. In fact, now they're the highest scoring team in the NHL in the playoffs. And they crushed the Oilers tonight 6-1. And this game was played at the Panthers' emotional tenor. Edmonton is a team that plays its best, calm and under control. We didn't see any of that tonight. We bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Your thoughts?
Well, a few things, Bob. First, the special teams lopsided in the favor of the Florida Panthers. Goaltending, I don't blame Skinner, but Bobrovsky was outstanding. So goaltending lopsided in the favor of the Florida Panthers. So goaltending, specialty teams, you're better in both. In a lopsided way, you're going to win. But I think the biggest thing for me in this game, Bob, the Oilers tried to play the Panthers style of hockey, and the Panthers are better at it. When you cross the line, when you're after every whistle, getting in the face of the opposition, cheap shots, that's how Florida plays. And Florida's very good at it. And the Oilers got frustrated. And the Oilers did not, as you said, their calm demeanor was not there tonight. And they were the aggressors. They were the initiators. They were the ones that were retaliating. That's not how the Oilers have been successful. They usually play like their coaches, very, very calm. Okay, you slap me in the head, I'm going to go score in the power play. Okay, there's a cross check from mine, I'm going to smile at you. And then the next time I get an opportunity, I'm going to drive you through the boards cleanly. But the Oilers, after every whistle, behind the play, and it just completely took them out of their game. So to me, the Oilers tried playing the Panthers game.
Failed, and got to get back.
And you're not going to have success that. Force the Panthers to play your style, because that's where the Oilers would have been successful.
All right. I'm putting Stetcher in for Klingberg. I'm starting Pickard. What about you? Too radical of moves?
I don't know if the Stetcher one is radical, because Stetcher, before he got pulled out for Ekholm, Stetcher was playing very, very well. He was a good player being pulled out simply because you had a better player coming back. The one thing that Stetcher has, Bob, is speed. And if you are trying to escape a aggressive forechecking team, which Florida is, getting back to the puck a little bit quicker will help. So that wouldn't surprise me for Klingberg. It's a gutsy call to put Pickard in, but we've seen Chris Knoblauch make gutsy calls like that before. The fact that he let him play in the third period allows Pickard to get his feet wet in a playoff finals game. I wouldn't do it, but it wouldn't shock me.
All right, Rob, great stuff.
Sounds good, Bob.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Bloom Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go. Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com. You're tuned in to the Rogers Postgame Show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
All right, no pizza out of town scoreboard tonight. Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. It's the only game in the NHL, and it wasn't pretty for the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers now trail the best of 7 Stanley Cup final, 2-1. Too much time in the box, by my count, shorthanded 11 times in this hockey game, including 6 times in the third period. Edmonton beat 6-1. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs, live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
To the Molson Cup Pre-Stars, brought to you by Molson, the official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. You must be a legal and drinking agent. Third start of night, Sergei Bobrovsky, 32 saves. Edmonton actually outshot Florida 33-31. I don't know how they did that. Second start of night was Evan Rodriguez, and the first star was Carter Verhaeghe. The Rogers Postgame Show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. The Edmonton Oilers will play Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Thursday night, and they're going to have to get back to playing their game. Because tonight they played Florida's game, and Florida's better at Florida's game. And Edmonton self-destructed en route to a 6-1 loss. Game number 4 goes Thursday night. On behalf of our entire broadcast crew, I'm Bob Stauffer saying so long, everybody, from Amerant Bank Arena.
Rogers Postgame Show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. CHED Edmonton, the station you turn to in an emergency. 880 CHAD, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
A Chorus Entertainment radio station.
The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Oilers Overtime. Oilers Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 CHAD.
Got no Connor McDavid on the power play unit.
Shot
by Bouchard, ripped home by Corey Perry, and the Oilers get a power play goal without Connor McDavid on the ice. It's Perry who scores on the man advantage, and the Oilers whittle the deficit to 2-1.
I actually thought at that point, and that came really, really early in the second period at the 140 mark, that the Oilers are going to get back into this thing. That's Corey Perry's 9th of the season. Didn't work out that way because Sam Reinhart comes back with his 5th of the postseason. even strength at the 3-minute mark, and it just seemed to get worse from there for the Edmonton Oilers as they lost a tough one tonight, 6-1 to the Panthers in Florida. Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown with you. Rogers Place, all nice and quiet now. Brownie, that was ugly, and now you just got to move on to Thursday and try to figure out a way to get a split. And if you get a split, nobody's going to remember this game except that it was a little frisky.
Yeah, it wasn't a good game for the Oilers. Bob and I just talked about it. I felt the Oilers came in and tried to play Florida Panther hockey. And that's, a little cheap with stuff after the whistle, stuff during the whistle.
Yeah.
And it just got away from what makes them successful. The Oilers are a very good hockey club, but they kept looking for things on the ice. They're looking for retribution. They're looking to initiate. They're looking to start something after the whistle. The Oilers are a good team when they initiate physicality, but don't take penalties. Turn the other cheek. Let them take the penalties. We'll score on the power play.
Right.
But tonight, they got frustrated, and they took a number of penalties, and about 11 penalties they took. Could have been a bunch more as the ref put their whistles away, it seemed at times. But they played Panther hockey, and the Panthers are very good at Panther hockey. So the Oilers have just, there's going to be a lot of video to dissect what went wrong.
Yeah.
And then some corrections and possibly some lineup changes and prepare for hopefully a much better game on Thursday night.
The Window Mart Oilers hotline is now open at 780-451-8800. That's 451-8800. Window Mart, your trusted partner when you need to replace your windows and your doors. Visit them today at windowmart.ca. I'm not sure how many calls we're going to get. I'm not sure how many calls we want to hear. But I know one thing. I'm very curious to hear what was being said in the locker rooms and how the coaches viewed everything based on everything that shook down, especially the third period where it really started to unravel on everybody, quite frankly. But, hey, Oilers are now trailing in this best-of-7 series. Yes, it's still a best-of-7 Stanley Cup final. Florida right now, though, have got the leg up. But like I said, if the Oilers find a way to split on Thursday, I don't know what more else we can say. We're going to get to your phone calls coming up shortly. Rob, let's take a look at the Molson Cup 3 stars tonight. The number 1 star, Carter Verhaeghe. 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points. I thought he was pretty quiet the first 2 games, but he was on his game tonight. And that goal, wow, that was a beautiful goal tonight.
It was. I believe he scored in game 1 or game 2. So he's a guy that I was shocked when I looked him up the other day. I think he's only 28 or 29. Seems like he's been around forever.
Yes.
He's always been a big-time goal scorer in big moments. When he was with Tampa, scoring big goals in the playoffs, and he has done that for the Panthers as well. And then again tonight, the Florida Panthers are a very, very good offensive team. As Bob alluded to at the end of the game tonight, now number 1 in the playoffs for goals scored. And it's because they've got depth. All their lines can score. Verhaeghe, an excellent game tonight. And he's got great hands. He's got great vision. And the bigger the moment, it seems the bigger the play for Verhaeghe.
Just seems to me he's one of those guys where the puck just finds him. It just seems to come to him. But I thought he was way more involved in the game today than the other ones. And you're right. He's going to get goals anyway. But he was the number 1 star. The number 2 star was Sam Reinhart, who needed a goal badly because he'd been struggling a little bit. Got one. Also got an assist, a 2-point effort tonight by Sam Reinhart.
Well, the assist was a thing of beauty. It was that looked like an Oiler power play, the goal that they scored, as everyone touched the puck. Reinhart behind the back pass to Ekblad. He had the wide open net. I believe that was the one that ended the night of Stuart Skinner. I think it was anyways. There seemed to be so much going on out there, but Skinner had no chance on that one. But the goal that he scored, though, was so huge for the Florida Panthers. The Oilers had a power play to start the second period. They're down 2. They come out and they get the goal. They got exactly what they needed. They needed a power play goal. They got it. And then a turnover in the defensive zone, and Reinhart buries it. And all of a sudden, the Oilers are chasing again. So Reinhart had been very quiet thus far in the Stanley Cup Finals. And that's what, if you're a Florida Panther fan, you're thinking, we split in Edmonton, and our best players haven't done anything yet. Right. Barkov, Kachuk, Reinhart. Well, tonight Reinhart showed up, and that is a goal-scoring goal.
Big goal, too, for them. Sergei Bobrovsky, the number 3 star, 32 saves in the night. Started to feel by the midpoint of that hockey game, he just weren't going to put one by him. He just seemed so confident out there tonight, as he does most nights, actually.
Well, he's the best money goalie there is in the National Hockey League. Has been the last 3 years. And it's funny. Yeah, he was excellent early. He was excellent in the middle period. And then even at the end, when the game was completely out of reach, he made 2 big saves on the Oilers in the last power play they had. I mean, absolute nothing time. Meant nothing in the game, yet he's still battling there. Bobrovsky, he is the biggest X factor for the Florida Panthers. They should and they do have an advantage in net, and tonight we saw that.
That brings us to our 4-star, brought to you by Jandel Homes. Custom build your dream home with Jandel Homes today. This one's kind of, I don't know. What do you figure on this one tonight?
It's a tough one for the Oilers tonight. I'm not sure you can single anyone out in a 6-1 loss that had a good night. So I think, why don't we do this, Brent? Why don't we save the 4-star?
Right.
And next game, when the Oilers win, we give out 2 4th stars.
I like that. You are being... Hey, listen, you're not mailing it in tonight. That's a great call.
Oh, no way.
That's a great
No way.
call.
I'm not going to be stuck in the penalty box either. I'm not getting kicked out. I'm here for the duration.
You're not taking a cross-check across the back of the back. Okay, so that's what we're doing with the 4-star. And I know our friends at Jandel Homes would agree with you. I think they would completely agree with you on that front. Okay, let's get to some phone calls, and the board is full. So off we go to the Window Mart Oilers hotline. Up first is Anthony. Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Rob, I've called a number of times. I'm actually in Dundas, Ontario, home of the real McCoys. But I guess what I wanted to say was the tone of this conversation, the tone of this show on Friday night kind of really troubled me. Like, I thought, like, it was like, oh, it's a great game. It's going to be a long series, this, that, the other. It's like, no. You had a guy run your goalie, try to take out Skinner. You had Tkachuk, like, rubbing his stick in someone's face all game long, and there just wasn't that instinct on the Oilers on Friday night to make it right, to do something about it. And then we get, you go into their building tonight, it's more of the same. Right off the first play, Marchand takes a late shot on Skinner. He should have been grabbed and chokeslammed by Nurse, and as it turns out, the next play, the puck's in the back of the net by Marchand. I think the Oilers are going to, if they don't stand up in a 6-1 game, like at the end, I know there were a lot of little antics going on.
Yeah.
But that's where there's no pucks out there. And that's where the Panthers have been successful, because they say whether we're up 6-1 or down 6-1, there's no puck, and the Oilers should have made someone pay tonight to try to balance it out.
Okay, here's where I disagree with you. On Friday night was a double overtime game. When would you go after a player on the other team in a game that is tied? Why would you take a minor, a double minor, a 5-minute major in a game that is close? If the Oilers win that game in double overtime, they're up 2-0 in this series. It's going to be tough for the Panthers to come back. Tonight, the Oilers went out and looked for retribution all night long, and it cost them, and they lost the game 6-1. So I disagree with you on your comment there. I think the Oilers, the guy, Marchand hit Skinner. Bennett hit Skinner. Yeah, he did. Got a penalty. The Oilers made him pay with a power play goal in that game. Tonight, they went after Bennett a couple times. They just took penalties. It doesn't bother Bennett. This is what the Panthers want. The Oilers played Panther hockey tonight, so I disagree. I think the Oilers tried getting retribution tonight. They tried running around. They were the little dirtier of the two teams, and they lost the game 6-1. I think the Oilers are much better when they play hockey, because I do believe they've got the talent level to win the Stanley Cup. So, yeah, I disagree with your comment.
And also, you know what? The tone of the post-game show on Friday night was based on Rob and I enjoying watching 2 unbelievable hockey games, regardless of who won or who lost. I thought the first period of game number 2 on Friday night might be the best and the craziest first period I've seen in a very, very long time. And, our job, fans can always jump in and disagree if they want. But, Rob, you and I just think, how many times do we look at each other and go, this is just a wild, wild hockey game. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying how much we enjoyed the hockey game, regardless
it was
of who won or
fantastic.
lost.
It was two of the best hockey games I've seen in a number of years.
Yeah.
And the Oilers were a tipped puck away from going up 2-0 in the series. Captain had a fantastic chance in overtime or double overtime to put them up 2-0. So there is a time and place for physicality. There's a time and a place for retribution, revenge, whatever you want to call it. In Game 2 of a Stanley Cup Finals, in a one-goal game almost the entire night, that is not the time to go out and take a penalty to try and, you hit our goalie, we're going to make sure you pay for that. But they did make Bennett pay. They scored a goal on the power play.
Yeah. And Anthony, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Big Bad Joe's up next. Hey, Joe.
Hey, you guys. My spirit is up, but I have to say about tonight is fun. Remember against Dallas? That was dumb penalties. The way the Oilers played tonight, it was just plain, to say it nice, but you're not allowed to use bad words, stupid. The first two games, and I said to my girlfriend, this is going to be the best Stanley Cup playoff we ever going to see. And tonight, I will come back, but tonight, that is not Oilers hockey. We don't take penalties, and I agree 100% with Rob. They tried to do what Florida does. Well, we lost 6-1. And you know what, Skinner, I felt bad for Skinner, but I would have pulled him after the second goal to give him a reset, because the team was just not playing, how he was supposed to be playing. And I like it, but Rob said too about, I like you too, Brim. Don't worry about that.
I'm fine, man.
But
You're good.
I like what Rob said, from bringing Stetcher in. But I definitely would go back to Skinner and see where that goes. And another thing, I don't want to sound like a homie, but where I agree on with you guys, but the two games, but before this one, what we have seen, that was fantastic hockey. And it doesn't matter that you always want Edmonton to win.
Sure.
Both teams deserve to win. And that was fantastic hockey. And that's where the Oilers have to go back to. And we're going to be okay. I'm not down.
All right, Joe. There you go. There's our pep talk. Appreciate it as always. Thank you for that. We go to Abbas, who is with us in Toronto. How you doing?
Hi, guys. I'm happy that Perry scored that first goal. But then he just played sloppy. I just didn't know what was going on. But they'll learn from this. But they got to win the next game.
Yeah. It's kind of big, huh?
Yeah.
You don't want to fall down too far. Abbas,
Well, in all honesty, though, it's sometimes a game like this, a blowout, is less painful than had they come in tonight and lost in overtime. Because in an overtime game, you start looking at that one play or that one moment. If I would have done this different, and it just eats at you. It eats at you. When you get blown out tonight, you just come and say, we weren't good. We weren't good enough tonight. We didn't deserve the win. And let's regroup and be better on Thursday. So it's a 6-1 game is the same as a 1-0 game. It's a loss. But the game on Thursday becomes a little bit bigger. Just like Game 2 was bigger for Florida than it was for Edmonton, because Florida did not want to fall behind by 2 games in this series.
Right.
The game on Thursday becomes bigger for the Oilers than it is for Florida. The desperation level should be higher because the Oilers don't want to fall behind 3-1 and face 3 elimination games against a goaltender who right now is rock solid for the Florida Panthers. So big game, desperation game for the Edmonton Oilers in 3 days' time.
Back to the phones we go. Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, how you doing tonight?
Good, thank you.
Good. I just wanted to say, the game got out of hand quick, I thought, early, and the Oilers were totally not themselves tonight. I think, you guys are right. They got away from their game, and they're playing Florida's game, and once they started doing that, it was just we were playing catch up from there on. Do we blame Skinner for that? No, there was more than Skinner. That was the problem tonight. Do we start switching up the goalies? I don't know about that, but I do like the fact that you guys are thinking about maybe bringing Stetcher in. I like that part.
Well, I like the way Stetcher was playing, actually.
Well,
but they had
the thing about Stetcher, and it was a good call there for us right there by that caller, is Stetcher was playing well.
Yeah.
Stetcher isn't in the stands because he struggled. Stetcher isn't in the stands because he had an off night. Stetcher is in the stands simply because Ekholm came back, and Ekholm is better. Stetcher coming in, he had speed. The one thing that you need if you are playing against the Florida Panthers on your back end, you need speed, because they get in there so aggressively. You cannot be slow of foot getting back to get the puck, or you get run through the boards. Now, Stetcher is not big, and they are a big group of forwards for the Florida Panthers, but I do believe that whether he gets put in or not, I think there will be a conversation over the next 2 days with the Oilers brass, whether or not maybe Stetcher can add an element to the back end that the Oilers have missed in the last couple of games. So I don't know about any other changes up front, but I certainly do know that Stetcher's name will be bandied around in that dressing room with the coaches.
Rob, just before we get to Tammy and Jeremy, who are on hold here, 2 days between games here, is that a good thing or a bad thing for the Edmonton Oilers?
Well, I said before the game tonight that for the team that wins, the extra day is fine, because you get to an extra day of sleep, an extra day of practice, an extra day of smiling in the dressing room because you're up 2-1 in the series.
Right.
An extra day if you lose, you got an extra day of answering questions from the press, an extra day of reading social media, an extra day of being miserable because you were trailing in the series, more time to think about what went wrong. So I stand by that. I think the Florida Panthers, I don't know if either team really benefits from the extra day, but it'll be a much more enjoyable extra day for Florida than it will be for the Oilers.
In that heat and humidity? I don't know. No, you're right. Absolutely. Okay, let's get back to the phones. Tammy's up next. Hey, Tammy.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call. So Rob disagreed with Anthony earlier. He's probably going to disagree with me on this, and I'm going to ride both sides of the fence a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so I hate losing, right? Nobody likes losing, and I don't mind losing a fair fight. And you're going to talk about our ineffective power play. You're going to talk about our sloppy play. You're going to talk about we know there's mistakes. We know there are things that we needed to clean up. But I'm curious at what point, and I don't call this a revenge tour or retribution tour, but I think our team is tired of being pushed around. And if anyone can say to me, honestly, that this wasn't lopsided officiating and things that they're letting get away with, if you're going to call it consistently. And let's stop the BS and the quote gamesmanship that favors one, but then the other team tries a bit and they get called for it. So I realized we got away from our game and we didn't play Oilers hockey, and I get what they were doing, but I don't blame them also for going out there and trying to stand up for themselves and losing their cool a little bit, because watching as a fan, there's some pretty blatant stuff that's being missed, and I for one, just don't understand. And maybe you guys can explain it to me. But to finish off, I just want to say two things. Rob, I'd like to know your opinion on the D pairings that they switched up in this game tonight and what you thought about that. And then second of all, with this schedule, and unless I'm missing a concert or something, I'm not getting the 2 days between games in Florida and only one game on the turnaround, on the turnaround back to Edmonton.
That's an easy one.
That one's an easy one. It's the NBA. The NHL and the NBA, because of television in the States, they will not play on the same night. So there's an NBA game on the Wednesday, so the NHL will play Thursday instead. It's a weird schedule. When I first saw it, I'm like, okay, what are they doing? And it gets even weirder because they've been giving the teams the extra day between long flights.
Yep.
And instead, they play Thursday. They fly all day Friday from Florida, which anybody from Alberta knows is not a quick trip.
It's not fun.
And then they play right away on Saturday. Yeah. So I don't like the schedule, but the schedule is based 100% on the NBA and NHL not playing on the same night. As for the officiating, I can tell you from experience, if you're watching this as a neutral fan, you will find missed calls both ways. Very first goal of the game, Brad Marchand, rewatch that. Watch the face-off, and Leon Draisaitl punches and elbows Lundell in the face just before Marchand scores. No penalty. Both teams are doing it. We've noticed it more as Oiler fans. At the very end, when Kane got the 2-minute penalty for low sticking Verhaeghe on the ice, watch the two-hand chop from behind that Bouchard threw that didn't get a penalty. So coming into tonight's game, the Oilers had more power plays in this series than the Panthers did. I don't think refereeing has been an issue. I think there's been calls missed both ways. And I think the biggest one, and this is the one that some fans in Edmonton will be mad at, was the overtime when the Florida Panthers had a very early change when Ekblad was trying to get off the ice. That could have changed the complexion of the game, and the refs didn't call it. Other than that, I think the Oilers are just as guilty as the Florida Panthers for shots that have not been called in this series.
And I could tell you one other thing, too, and John Shannon was pointing it out as well. There's 2 days off now between these next games, Game 3 and Game 4, and it's not exactly like the officiating crew is going to sit by the pool for these next 2 days. They'll be going over film. They'll look at, especially based on the way this one went tonight, they'll take a look and say, how can we be better? How can we be better? And a lot of fans are going to say, well, they'll never get better. Well, you're entitled to that. Completely entitled to that. But
well, I mean, a great example of that, Bryn, is the fact that Bennett, on the goal that was allowed in Game 1, Bennett he clipped the back of, Kulak clipped the back of his skate and he fell. But as we assume, he allowed himself to fall a little further back into Skinner on purpose, accidentally on purpose.
Yes.
The refs watched that. Very next game, very first period, same thing happens, and the referee called a penalty. So they learned from that. So they would have watched the video, said, okay, you know what? You got me once, you're not going to get me again. Bennett was called, and the Oilers scored. That was the pretty goal that Connor set up Leon. So are the refs perfect? No. But I'm going to tell you this. I've played in Europe, in World Juniors. I've played in the minors. These are the best refs. There's nothing even close in the world. This game is just fast, and sometimes they miss stuff.
Tammy, thanks for the call. Some great points there. Jeremy's up next. Jeremy, welcome.
Thank you guys for taking my call. Unfortunately, Tammy took most of my thunder, but I guess, I see where Rob Brown comes from. He's probably one of the best analysts in the business. I mean, Otto and BX are good, but I think Brownie's one of the best. So I like
Thank you, sir.
on that. That's what I was going to ask. Well, stating the truth there. But the one thing I will reiterate about Tammy is I think what I see as obviously a biased fan is that they're like the way they clog up the middle and they're hooking and they're holding. It's a double standard in those types of calls that aren't being called. The retaliations aren't being called at one end. They do the next time. They run into Bobrovsky, probably a little bigger than hit Skinner by Kachuk, but they don't call the Kachuk one. So there's been kind of like that double standards. You talked about the too many men. So I think that's maybe what's making the Oilers frustrated. Yeah, those players got out of hand. They didn't hold their pool. But my question would have been was like how you've been in that position, Brown, Mr. Rob Brown. What do you do as a player for that next game? How do you compose yourself? How do you fight through those hookings and they don't let them into the calls? And then finally, I think Abbas and Big Bad Joe are probably the two best calls in. I love it when they call in. They're great fans. They're always positive. So thank you guys for the show. You guys are amazing.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Well, he's 100%. Those are two very positive callers. You always feel good after they call. Yep. Here's an example of how you can get a call. The Marchand hooking penalty late in the third period. He didn't hook him. Watch the replay. Connor McDavid grabbed his stick and held it across his waist and then made a show of it. That's one way to do it. Cheat. If you throw your head back, if the stick comes up and touches your face, throw your head back. I don't think embellish, but make sure that you show the referee when something is happening in a flamboyant way. But also the Oilers are a good team and you have to play through stuff. And it's not worth getting frustrated because getting frustrated does not help you. Going out and taking a penalty because you're mad at the ref does not help you. The Oilers had 6 power plays tonight. They only scored once. That to me is a big thing that the Oilers have to get better at. The Oilers were not good on the penalty kill tonight. They gave up 3 power play goals. That's something they got to get better at. This was not a good night for the Oilers in so many ways, but it's just one night. And you win Game 4, it's a best of 3, 2 are on home ice.
Yeah.
That's all you have to think about right now. 6-1, 10-1, 1-0. It did not matter what the score was tonight. A loss is a loss. They came down here. The Oilers have to win one game in Florida to win the Stanley Cup. Doesn't matter if it's Game 4 or Game 6. They just have to win one game in Florida. Now their sights are set on Game 4.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to try to get to the coaches' comments as fast as we can. Also get into the Oilers locker room, but I just want to add one more thing here. As a fan of a particular team, you have every right to call us and, maybe not be happy with the officiating. Maybe your team got away with one tonight. That's what this show's all about. Your chance to express how you feel about things. We may not see it the same way as you do, but we're entitled to our opinions too. We just want to hear from everybody. So, like I said, a few people were almost a little apologetic about coming on and saying they didn't like the way this one went. No, you're entitled to it. Absolutely entitled to it. Just come on, make your point, and we move on. And we're going to move on right now, and then we're going to come right back. As I say, we're going to try to catch up to Chris Knobloch. I am very curious to see what his take was on the matchup tonight. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Northern Lakes College has been providing opportunities to Alberta students for over 50 years. How are they different? Many of their programs are offered online to suit your busy lifestyle, so no need to quit your job or move away from home. Your classroom can be anywhere you want it to be. Attend classes online in real time with your peers or view recorded classes at your own pace. Learn where you live. Learn while you work. It's your choice. Online learning redefined. northernlakescollege.ca.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trailblade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
Playoff hockey demands top performance. So does your Lexus. Your Lexus is an investment in reliability, quality, and comfort. And at Lexus South Point, we deliver championship-level service to match. With Lexus Academy trained technicians, complimentary washes, loaner vehicles, available airport valet service, an in-house nail salon, and golf simulator. We keep your Lexus running at its peak, just like your team in the playoffs. Why service anywhere else? Book today at LexusSouthPoint.com or call 780-391-3911.
There's nothing like playoff energy. You can see it inside the arena and at the outdoor watch parties. It's electric, and keeping that energy can seem impossible. The experts at Sunview Windows and Doors can help you reduce heat loss up to 30%. Keep more of your energy with help from Sunview Windows and Doors. As a small Edmonton-based business, Sunview specializes in renovation, using only products and materials they'd use in their own homes. See the difference with a free estimate at sunview-windows.com.
Bring your friends, bring your family, and experience the roar of the track. Head to Century Mile Racetrack and Casino for some of the finest live thoroughbred racing in Western Canada. Catch all the heart-pounding action, the thrill of the finish line, and the excitement of live racing every Friday and Saturday. Horse Racing Alberta can't wait to see you down at the track. For more information and to stay up to date, head to thehorses.com.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Finally dug out and cleared up the left-hand side. Here's Carter Verhaeghe over the line and punched on net. A save made on Forsling, who had filled the lane coming down the middle.
And that's our save of the game, brought to you by Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Just a few text messages. Seems like everyone enjoyed the wide variety of opinions from people on the phones tonight, and we thank you all for looking at it that way. Okay, let's find out how the coach felt about this one tonight. Time for At the Mic, brought to you by Edmonton International Airport. Discover nonstop adventures and nonstop flights at flyeia.com/nonstop. All right, are you ready for this? Here we go. Time to hear from Chris Knobloch.
Been known for playing under control and emotionally even keeled. Florida is obviously a really good team. They can score. Do you have to Did you get sucked into kind of playing their game a little bit tonight, or was it just a byproduct of it unraveling? What do you think happened?
Well, definitely third period's an unraveling. I think the game was out of hand. I don't think we would have acted or played like that had the game been a 1-goal or 2-goal game. I think our guys were just trying to, I don't know, boys being boys. I guess just trying to make investments for the next game. The first period, obviously, there 4 penalties, which is way too many. We shouldn't have those. But I kind of question some of those penalties. So,
left side, fourth row. Yeah, just Chris, kind of building off that. Can you win a game like this where there's so much special teams and so much chippiness? Or are you getting kind of too far along into the way that the Panthers want to play?
No, I don't think so. We got some guys maybe would love to drop the gloves a little more and get at her a little bit, but we're a big physical team. Like, we do have some skilled guys, and I don't see our skilled guys getting distracted and getting into that. The guys who like it are getting into it. So, and just following up with the penalties, the referees, I think they did an outstanding job tonight, and they even caught the too many men penalty in the first period, which was too many men. They caught us there. I just wish they had been calling the game in game 2 in overtime.
Other questions for Chris? Right side, third row.
Hey, Chris, obviously penalties play a role in this, but, Brad Marchand scores less than a minute into the game. I wonder if you feel like you guys ever found footing because of the goal early. Did it take you out of it at all, do you think?
No, I don't think we did. Took it out early, but there was, I think we had 4 kills in the first period. I think they had 3. So special teams, there might have been 5 minutes of 5-on-5 play. And, I think we scored a power play goal in the second period, make it 2-1, and all right, now we've got a game. Next shift, they score, and I think that was about it for us. I don't think we really found our footing after that third goal.
On the far right, standing.
Just offensively, Chris right here, you guys obviously produced some offense in the first couple, but it just seemed like you never really got to it tonight. Was it more what they were doing? I think Draisaitl was 6+ minutes without a shot attempt on the power play alone. So what was happening there?
Yeah, 5-on-5, I think, I don't think we found our game, and that's the first period. Special teams taking it out of it. We've got a lot of guys who really didn't get much ice time in the first period. Unless they're on the penalty kill or, first unit power play, there really wasn't much for those guys. And I just think after they scored their third goal, I think that really took us. It was difficult for us to get our game after that.
Take a few more left side, fourth row.
Chris, what's the most effective part of Florida's game tonight that did you guys in your mind?
I don't know. I'm sure they played a pretty good game. Like, they checked us tight, and there wasn't much room for us. And it wasn't. I don't think there was many forechecking like there was in the first 2 games. And I don't know. Probably that's because of the amount of special teams there was. So I don't know. They played a heck of a game, and we're gonna have to raise ours.
Back to the right side, standing.
Chris, what was the thinking behind pulling Stu, and do you have a decision on goaltending to make for Game 4?
No, we haven't made a decision on goaltending, and Stu, I don't think, had much chance on many of those goals. And, I think, collectively, goaltender, defense, all our forwards, we all have to be better.
Anything else? Thank you, Chris.
There you go. Chris Knobloch's thoughts on this one. Boys will be boys. Investments for the next matchup. A fair bit of sarcasm in there tonight, Rob, I thought. But you know what? He can deliver sarcasm with a straight voice. Very beautifully, I think.
Yeah, he's very calm, no matter whether he's angry, sad, happy, mad, whatever it is. There was a subtle reference to the too many men that I just talked about before he talked in Game 2 that probably should have been called and did limit an odd man rush for the Oilers in overtime. The one tonight was easy. The Oilers had 7 players on the ice. So that one, a blind referee would have called that one tonight. That would be a tough conversation or media availability for Knobloch tonight. There's a lot of questions about what Florida did right. What did Florida do that you weren't able to battle? Coaches don't want to talk about the other team. They want to talk about theirs. And his team wasn't as good tonight. He talked after the third goal went in for the Florida Panthers. There was a sag on his bench. He didn't get to roll lines. And that's the one thing that we've talked about throughout the series, throughout the entire playoffs. The Edmonton Oilers have been able to run 4 lines, 6 defensemen, and they have outchanged the opposition. They've used their 4th line more. And at the end of the night, as the series has moved on, they've been the fresher of the 2 teams because they've used their depth. In a period where there's 7 power plays, as there was tonight, just like I believe it was something like that in Game 2, the Oilers' one advantage is of their depth. You don't get to use it because there's a lot of players just sitting on the bench, and you don't get into a rhythm that the Oilers needed to find.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're also going to be hearing from Connor McDavid. We'll hear from Stuart Skinner. Evander Kane's got a few thoughts. That'll be fun. We'll get to all of that when we come back right here on Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
If you're dealing with pelvic pain, discomfort, or incontinence, we truly understand how tough that can feel and how hard it is to reach out for help. At Leading Edge Physio, our pelvic health team offers seriously skilled and compassionate care in a discreet environment because life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Hey, OilCountry. The boys in orange and blue are charging into Stanley Cup Finals, and Rogers Place is buzzing with playoff energy. Whether you're watching live downtown, catching the game at home, or listening in, there's another way to keep Alberta winning off the ice. Don't forget those empty beverage containers, cartons, juice boxes, pouches, and bimetal cans. Bring them to your local bottle depot. Get your deposit back and help keep Alberta clean. Every container counts, just like every goal. Learn more at abcrc.com.
It's game on at City Ford with an all-star lineup of Ford favorites. Save up to $7,000 on select 2025 Escapes and up to $6,000 on 2025 Bronco Sports, or finance at 0% for up to 60 months.
Plus, save up to $15,000 on select 2025 F-150s, or finance at 0% for up to 72 months.
Spin the wheel and win an iPad, barbecue, Costco card, a smoker, and more.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Avalon Construction. Do it right. Call on the pros.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment. If you suspect settlement or shifting issues, notice cracked drywall or unlevel windows and doors, call today. 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a B. Home of the lifetime warranty.
Keep your team jersey and rally towel close by and help bring the championship home. For all your other treasures, store them with Sentinel Storage. Store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Back live at Rogers Place. It is quiet in here now. It was actually pretty quiet in here generally tonight because of the way things went with the watch party. And if you're just tuning in, and I find it hard to believe that you are, 6-1, Florida beating the Oilers tonight. So they now have a 2-1 series lead in this Stanley Cup final. It's a best of 7. Got to remind everybody of that. Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown with you. Going to get down to the locker room coming up in a couple of moments. But Brownie, let's get to some of our features that we always like to focus in on. And let's kick things off right off the top with hot and cold. I don't even know where to go with this one, but it's brought to you by Billy Mechanical. From heating to cooling and now water treatment and filtration, head to billymechanical.com to book a free estimate, and that is BILLLEE. Hot.
Well, I'm going to go with the hot for tonight was the tempers of the Edmonton Oilers as this game dragged into the third period. There were a lot of angry Edmonton Oilers, a lot of frustrated Edmonton Oilers. Their tempers were running hot. It showed in the way the game ended. and hopefully they will use the anger that they had in this game into another kind of energy to come out Thursday and play a much calmer, yet still physical and effective hockey game.
Use all of that energy for good, not evil, is what you're saying there. So I totally get that. Hey, the other thing, too, I was just thinking as you were saying that, I don't recall them getting this wound up at any point during the season, even in the playoffs. And this might, they have been remarkably calm through the season. And, of course, we are giving a lot of credit to the head coach on that.
Well, one of the reasons is there's not very often the Oilers are down 6-1 in a hockey game.
True.
So it was a rough night. It was a rough night all around. In all honesty, there's not one Oiler would come out and say, actually, it wasn't bad tonight. It was just an off night, and better to do it in Game 3 than Game 5, 6, or 7. So the Oilers got it out of their system, and hopefully Game 4 will be a much better effort, kind of like the efforts that we saw in Games 1 and 2.
Okay, let's slide over to the Power Plays brought to you by Conlon Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across the province of Alberta, or you can check them out online at conlonmotorsports.ca. Okay, let's get to the numbers, and it was crazy tonight. Penalty minutes, the Oilers had 85 in total, Panthers had 55 in total, but the power play numbers, the Oilers were 1 for 6 tonight. The Panthers were 3 for 11. It's a tough night tonight.
It was. The Oilers special teams weren't good enough. They need to get better as this series moves on. Their Oilers power play has to become a factor in a positive way in this series. It hasn't been yet, and it's good enough to be. So scratch the first 3 games they're done with. The Oilers' power play must be better, and so must their penalty killing. Special teams have been a strength of the Oilers in the past. It needs to be a strength of the Oilers in the final 4 games.
Oilers had 3 power plays in the first period, and Bob was commenting about the fact that he didn't think they were shooting enough. But this power play, they love the pretty goals. So.
Well, I don't know about that either. I think I seem to remember Bouchard with a number of grade A looks from the slot. Bobrovsky made some big saves. It's really hard. When you play against most teams' penalty killing units, they're more passive or a box type penalty kill. And there are times where you can shoot. You got time and space. With the Florida Panthers, they're so aggressive that you'd almost have to find that open guy, because everyone else, the first 4 guys that touch the puck, they're being run at. So they don't have time to put the puck on net. So I don't know if the Oilers need to shoot more. When they make their passes, they have to be stick to stick, tape to tape, and you're going to have to make 3 consecutive. That's how you beat an aggressive forecheck. We saw in Game 1 overtime. 3 great passes, wide open Leon Draisaitl. That's how you beat it. The Oilers need to do more of that, but they do have to be a factor going forward. Their power play wasn't good enough tonight.
Okay, shifting over to the adjustment of the game. I always love how you work through this one. This is brought to you by WD-40 Canada. Lost straw is a thing of the past with WD-40's new Smart Straw can featuring a versatile built-in straw. Learn more at WD-40.ca/Smart Straw. Where are we going with this?
Well, this is an adjustment that maybe is a foreseeing of what is in the future. The Edmonton Oilers pulled Stuart Skinner on a goal that he had absolutely no chance on to put Calvin Pickard in the net. Is this an adjustment to give Calvin Pickard some time in a Stanley Cup Finals, see the speed of the game again? It's been a while since he's been in the net. See what the Florida Panthers have to offer. He got to see some pucks because there was a lot of power play time for the Panthers when he was in net. So is this an adjustment that Knobloch made to allow himself the opportunity to put Pickard in for Game 4? I don't know, but we're going to say that is the adjustment, because now at least he knows that Calvin Pickard has played game action since his injury.
So Bob suggested two lineup changes. One would be Stetcher in for Klingberg. I don't have a lot of problem with that one. The goaltending...
Nope, Stetcher played really well. He only came out of the lineup because Ekholm was coming back. It wasn't because of the way he played. I agree. Maybe Klingberg needs a reset. He had a tough night tonight. He did. He's had some fantastic games in the playoffs. He's been a really nice surprise. Maybe there needs to be a reset. Maybe there needs the energy that Stetcher brings. Stetcher is energetic.
Oh, yeah.
He's like Connor McDavid, where his motor never stops. So that would not surprise me. But again, Klingberg could also have a bounce-back game because he has been very good throughout the playoffs.
Veteran. Hey, so I don't know. I wouldn't have a lot of problem with that. But I'm always leery about goaltending in the playoffs if you keep bopping back and forth and you lose one guy and then the other guy kind of loses it. I always believe it's tougher to go back. But I don't know if I'd be making a goaltending change. But that's just me. I'd have to think about that for 2 days. And I'm guessing the coaching staff's going to have to think about it a little.
Well, I just the fact that they put him in and it's one thing if the Oilers played tomorrow and you're getting shelled and the game's now out of reach. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put the back in so that my starter gets a little bit more rest because we'll play him tomorrow then. The Oilers don't play until Thursday.
Right.
Skinner didn't need rest. So to me, maybe this is just giving Knobloch options, and now he's got 2.5 days to think about whether or not he's going to make the goalie change. It's a gutsy call. You're in the Stanley Cup Finals, and Stuart Skinner had been excellent for a while. He got outplayed by Bobrovsky tonight, but Bobrovsky's the best goalie in the National Hockey League right now. Best money goaltender there is.
It's a tough one.
I mean, Bob said he'd do it. I said I don't think I would. But if that's what Chris Knobloch goes with, I don't have a problem switching goaltenders, going with Calvin Pickard. The one thing we've seen that most, if not all of the things that Chris Knobloch has done over his almost 2 full years here as the Edmonton Oilers coach, it seems to work.
Yes.
So if Knobloch sits down with the coaching staff and sits down with the goalie coach and they say, you know what, I feel that Pickard can give us something that we haven't had yet in this series, I got nothing against it. A lot of pressure on Pickard, but I can tell you he would absolutely love the opportunity to get the crease back.
Finally, is this the toughest game the Oilers have played since the beginning of the playoffs against the LA Kings in one of those first 2 games, do you think?
Well, it's funny. I had one of my buddies text me. He goes, this looks like the first 2 games against the LA Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough. They fell behind early in the hockey game. Their power play was not effective in the first period. They needed to escape the first period down only 1. They didn't. And then the time that they finally got back in the game with a power play goal, they gave up another one very quickly afterwards. So it was a bad night. The Oilers had an off night. Everyone has it. Unfortunately, the Oilers had it in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. But as you said earlier, they win Game 4, come home, best of 3, home ice in 2 of those games. No one's going to care about Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. So Game 4 is the most important game next for the Edmonton Oilers, and I imagine you're going to see a much different and better effort than you saw tonight.
Thanks for your time. As always, fantastic job. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you.
Sounds good. We'll talk to you. Yeah, I'll talk to you in a couple of days.
Okay. Rob Brown joining us. Does a great job all the time. All the time. Never has an off night as far as I'm concerned. Me, on the other hand, I can have the odd off night. What can I tell you? When we come back, we're going inside that Oiler locker room. We're going to hear what the boys thought about all of that. We'll see how honest and raw things are in the Oilers locker room. When we return, tough one tonight. Oilers losing 6-1 in Florida. They now trail the best-of-7 series 2-1. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Playoff hockey just isn't complete without some delicious Wilhauk beef jerky.
The boys on the ice have worked for months to get to this point. A chance at redemption. The playoffs are here. And for those in OilCountry, it's cup or bust. When the games get tense, and you know they will, calm those nerves with some Wilhauk beef jerky. Tender, tasty, full of flavor. To be a champion, you gotta eat like a champion. One delicious bite at a time.
Wilhauk beef jerky. Some say it's the best.
Do it, do it, do it. Ready to banish dirt and grime from your prized Chariot? Do it at Hughes Car Wash. With over 20 locations in Edmonton and surrounding areas, Hughes gives you unbeatable pressure with clean hot water for a sparkling clean every single time. Plus, with tap payments available, all you have to do is tap and wash. Say farewell to filth and...
Do it at Hughes Car Wash. Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Ugh,
That door's making so much noise.
Should have called Abe's.
Why is the wind still getting into the garage? Freezing.
Should have called Abe's.
Stupid remote.
My garage door won't open.
It's time to call Abe's Door Service, Edmonton's garage door repair specialists, featuring the best emergency service in the industry. Available 24/7. Choose repair and maintenance over replacement, because at Abe's Door Service, service is their specialty. Online at abesdoor.ca.
The all-new Play Alberta Sportsbook app, where new players get $200 in free bets and all players get so much more. Take advantage of daily specials, personalize your betting with same-game parlays, and get more bang for your buck with odd boosts on every single Oilers game. And with their Game Sense tools, you can set your own spending limits, so you'll know when to take a shot and when to take a timeout. Download the Play Alberta Sportsbook app today. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Put the boost back in your ride with GCL Diesel. GCL Diesel is Canada's turbocharger superstore, providing sales and service for the world's foremost engines from manufacturers including Caterpillar, Cummins, John Deere, and Ford. GCL offers genuine original equipment turbos for whatever your application, with great availability and the best prices you'll find. For all things turbocharging, visit them in the West End or online at GCLDiesel.com. GCL Diesel, Canada's turbocharger superstore.
Are you waiting for surgery? Have you suffered an injury to your knee, hand, shoulder, back, foot, or ankle? Canby Surgery can help. Go where the pros go. Canby Surgery Center, Vancouver, BC. Fly in and fly out. Experts in orthopedic and sports injuries. Their surgeons are chosen by elite and professional athletes. Visit CambySurgery.com. CAMBIE Surgery.com. You don't have to be a pro to be treated like one.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Hey, we're back. Although we really didn't go anywhere. We've been at Rogers Place all night here for the watch party. Hey, we couldn't do it tonight, obviously. We could not turn on the goal light, which is brought to you by Japanese Village. They're now back downtown, by the way, at 101st Street and 105th Avenue. And you can reserve and you can check out the menu by checking them out online at jvedmonton.ca. And you know the deal with the goal light, right? If the Oilers score 5 goals or more in a game, you just go to 880ched.com, you print off the coupon, and you get a free appetizer for your next visit to Japanese Village for some great food. So couldn't do it tonight. Sorry about that. All right, let's get inside this Oiler locker room. We better find out how the netminder, Stuart Skinner, felt about all of this. Here he is.
Where did things go wrong for you guys tonight?
What did go wrong?
How did things go wrong?
Well, I mean, right away I thought we ended up playing what Florida kind of wanted, just a little bit of a track meet, a little bit of, grinding, lots of penalties. I mean, it was just penalty chaos tonight. Kind of started in the first period, letting a couple goals, one on the PK again, and then obviously Marchand's, and I think they were gritty tonight.
I know you'll take a closer look in the coming days, but what's your initial feeling on your night, on the goals that beat you, and how you felt?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, some were chaotic, some were really nice shots. I got a little post lucky for them, a couple shots, but I mean, I've had my post luck too, so it goes both ways, and they made some nice shots. But I mean, as a goalie, you got to come up with a save. It doesn't matter. It's a game of inches. If I'm out, a quarter of an inch out farther on, what's his name, for Hagee's goal, then, it could be a save. Same with Reinhart. So I don't like letting, open shots in. So I take accountability on those.
So is that characteristic for this team to kind of lose the composure like they did? Like, what did you make of that? And,
Yeah, I'm not too sure what I really make up of it. I think you just see that there's a lot of emotions that are going into this. We're trying to win a cup. They're trying to win a cup. So there's fight. Some guys are flaking, going down, trying to cause penalties. The other teams don't like that. So then it's just going to be a battle, right? Obviously, we're not going to go down without swinging. They didn't do it when we beat them 8-1. They were cross-checking everybody, they were fighting us. They were doing everything to get under our skin, and so I mean, it's going to go both ways.
The first couple of games were close. This one was pretty lopsided. Is that tougher to regroup from?
It might feel like it, but I don't think it is, just because it's a series. I mean, they're up 2-1. That's all it is. It's one game. They could have beat us 12-0. It's, it's the same result. It's still just 2-1. It's not like if they win by any more that they go up extra. So it might feel a little bit harder just because, we weren't in the game tonight. But it doesn't change how we're going to respond.
As much as you want to forget about last game, this one will be tougher. Do you want to remember that they can hurt you if you do mistakes?
I mean, no matter who you're playing against, if you don't show up, teams are going to hurt you. You can play anybody in the NHL. It's a good league. And we know that. We've experienced it tonight. We've experienced it many times before tonight. So we know what we're going to be up against. It doesn't change how we're going to respond again. We got 2 days to, come back, and I think there's some things that we're going to have to change.
How was it in the room after time?
Yeah, it was a little quiet, obviously, at first, because we obviously got it handed to us. But I think after that, Leo gave us some really good words of wisdom, gave us some motivation, and we know what we have to do. And we're still talking a lot, actually. Just before I came out here, there's a lot of conversations going on just on, how we got to, just show up better.
Stu, how difficult was it for you to get into the game from a goaltender's perspective with all the penalties?
Yeah, Bob had to do it too. It's definitely tough just because there's not a lot of flow because there's no 5-on-5. So you're watching for 2 minutes, then you're playing for 2 minutes, then you're watching for 2 minutes, playing for 2 minutes, and that was kind of the whole first period. So yeah, it's definitely difficult, but again, that's hockey. If I wasn't able to handle it, I shouldn't be playing.
You guys have talked about how last year's experience made you mentally tougher, mentally more prepared for this series. Do you think Game 4 is the greatest test of that?
Every test from here on out is going to be the greatest test for that, win or lose. So I think no matter what, we're always going to be showing our resiliency, even in wins. So I think it's another test for us, another great test for us to come back and show everybody what we can do.
A year ago in this building, Connor fairly famously said, "Bring it. Whatever you got, bring it." Are we at that moment now?
I think we were at that moment from game one, just because we know that if we don't do that, the same thing's going to happen last year. We could have gone down 3-0 pretty quickly. Obviously, we learned our lesson because we've gotten one win. This is another moment where we definitely got to look in the mirror and change a couple things and make sure that we, come back a lot harder game 4 here.
There's Stuart Skinner in the Oilers locker room after that one tonight, losing 6-1 to the Panthers in Florida. How do you feel about that? I thought he was pretty upbeat and obviously looking very much forward to game number 4 coming up on Thursday night. Hey, as always, we do our first Oilers Goal of the Game contest, which is brought to you by the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, and who couldn't use a laugh tonight? But you don't miss out on any of the laughs because it's coming up at Kinsman Park the 18th of July right through to the 20th. You can check out their lineup, and it's a pretty solid lineup if you ask me. GreatOutdoorsComedyFestival.com for more details. You text us, and if we select your name, you've picked up a pair of tickets to the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, just like Dean tonight. Dean, congratulations. He selected Connor McDavid, though, to score the first goal for the Edmonton Oilers tonight. That didn't happen. If it did, Dean's tickets would have been upgraded to VIP. But, Dean, you're still going to the big show coming up on the 18th, so you're going to have a fun time with that. Okay, back into the Oiler locker room we go. A guy who was quite... involved in that third period, heavily involved in that third period, was Evander Kane. I wonder how he felt about this one tonight. Let's find out.
How do you explain the start and early penalties, a team that your team didn't quite look ready to go tonight?
Yeah, obviously, both teams took 4 penalties in the first period. They had a 2-0 lead, and obviously not the start you want on the road.
Did they get under your skin? Did they drive you guys off your game?
No, I don't think so. I think, the game obviously got out of hand at the end there. That stuff is going to happen. You look at some of the calls and whatnot. Obviously, some of them are frustrating. they seem to get away with it more than we do.
Why are they frustrated?
They seem to get away with it more than we do. I mean, it's tough to find the line. They're doing just as much stuff as we are. It was 4-4 at the end of it, and then it gets out of hand, and there seems to be a little bit more attention in our group.
Better, does that style of play kind of suit that better? Like, if you get to your game a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, look, we didn't play very well. That's evident. We have nobody to blame by ourselves, but we can definitely be a lot better.
Evander, penalties on such a side, seemed like you guys never really got to your game tonight. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think part of it is the amount of special teams. I don't know how many minutes there were 5-on-5 in the first period, even the second maybe. I'm not sure. Obviously we make it a one-goal game. Paris makes a nice play, and then we give it right back. So that's tough. And didn't have the third period. Just it is what it is.
Things have been sailing for you guys pretty well since game 2 against LA. Is this kind of a low point, and how do you kind of recover?
Yeah, I mean, look, we could have lost 3-2 in triple overtime, and the series is 2-1. So, how you lose in the playoffs really doesn't matter as much than it might in the regular season. We have a shot to get a split here on Thursday, and, that's the focus at this point.
Evander, what do you look at? I mean, penalties aside, what do you look at you need to clean up here to do what you want to do?
Well, I think we were a little disconnected, especially through the neutral zone, from our end to the neutral zone. I think if we can be a little cleaner there and have a little bit more possession, come in unison, which will create better forechecks and easier to hold on to pucks and turn pucks over in the O-zone. So I think if we can do a bit better job of that, that should help our game.
Is that partially their pressure? Did it get to you guys a little bit tonight?
Yeah, I don't know if it got to us tonight. We know they pressure. We know they pinch down on the wall. I think it's just about trying to execute the right game plan against that to counteract it.
You hear a lot in the regular season about watching this type of game away. Is that harder to do in the playoffs? Is that still something that you try to do?
Look, it's losing in the playoffs, whether it's in round 1, game 1, or the Stanley Cup final. It's never a good feeling. But we've been here before. We've been down in series before, and we've had tough losses. So it'll sting right now, and we'll flush it tomorrow and get ready for Thursday.
There's Evander Kane in the Oilers locker room. I don't know about you, but hearing from Skinner and Kane, they're flushing it pretty fast, and that was the kind of game you want to flush, and they're absolutely correct. Just got to find a way to win the next game. You get the split, you come home, it's a completely different series. You lose the next one, there's a lot of work to be done. So we're going to hear from the captain when we come back, Connor McDavid. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Work local and never miss a game with your friends again. Sherway Construction is hiring. They're currently hiring for heavy-duty mechanics, water and sewer personnel, and equipment operators. Sherway offers an extended work season, great advancement opportunities, competitive wages, and best of all, you'll be home every night. Submit your resume to careers at sherway.ca or visit sherway.ca to see all current opportunities. Work local. Work Sherway. Century Casino is bringing the heat with a brand new vibe just in time for the playoffs. Welcome to Selly Sports Bar and Lounge in Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Come experience every hit, goal, and OT thriller. Selly's is the definition of big screen energy with game night specials and the loudest Selly's in town. Don't just watch the game, celebrate it at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Because every day is game day at Century Casino.
Is your old and cramped bathroom a little too last century? It may be time to get started on that renovation that you've always wanted. With DryTech Interiors, they'll transform your bathroom into something truly beautiful. As your residential renovation professionals, DryTech makes sure to deliver outstanding results no matter the project. They'll even make it super easy, managing the design, permits, and construction. Get started on your renovation today and request a quote at DryTechInteriors.com. DryTech Interiors, transforming your space for lasting memories.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long-haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits an RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at karentransport.ca/careers. That's karentransport.ca/careers.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeve of Cupboards Express. Some think because of our name that our options are small. In fact, we have the largest selection of door styles and storage options anywhere. Some think because of our name that we don't do custom work. Truth is, if you dream it, we can make it right here in our factory. And some think because of our name that our prices are good and our delivery fast. Well, that's true. Our prices are fair and we have the quickest lead times in North America. It's all in our name. Cupboards Express.
From game day to family day, life moves fast and your body feels it. When it's time to recharge the batteries, World of Spas are your recovery experts. Come in right now and save up to $10,000 on hot tubs, $25,000 on swim spas, and get 50% off massage chairs with 0% financing and payments from just $21 bi-weekly. World of Spas, your family's MVP in recuperation. 6120 99th Street.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Back here live at Rogers Place, 19,863 at Amarant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida tonight, and the vast majority going home happy because their Panthers beating the Oilers 6-1 to take a 2-1 series lead in this Stanley Cup Championship final. Okay, time to find out how the captain, Connor McDavid, felt about everything tonight. Let's go down into that Oiler locker room.
Connor, how much do you think that discipline you guys felt the issue was with just all the penalties and the full play? How much that was an issue there?
That was a weird game. Obviously when you start in the first with, 4 penalties, almost half the period you're killing. So, not a good way to get into your game. Weird game. I thought a lot of power play and penalty kill either way. Never got to our game.
How do you assess the team's overall performance?
Yeah, obviously it wasn't our best. Not our best at all. I don't think our best has shown up all series long, but it's coming. Shift the focus to finding a way to get a win in Game 4.
Con, it's uncharacteristic for this team to lose the composure, kind of like it did. What accounts for that?
Well, I don't think we lost our composure until maybe the very end there, trying to show a little bit of fight back, but I don't mind the fight back, obviously. I think that's what good teams do. They, obviously not thrilled with the first period, but giving up, as I said, 8 minutes in penalties. Power play is not able to get one. Their power play gets one, and you're in a hole right away in a tough building against a really good team. Not easy to chase games.
You look at that and say that's something we can fix because there's 3 offensive zone penalties.
Yeah, something we can fix for sure.
Stu mentioned after the game there was some discussion in the locker room. Well, what's your message to the guys, or what I guess as a team, what's the message going forward here for the next game?
Well, we got to find a way to win a game. That's it. That's the only message. The focus shifts right away to winning a game on Thursday. We came for a split, didn't get it tonight. Another opportunity Thursday.
You guys had some offense in the first couple of games. It was shut down a little more tonight. Was that? You feel like you guys were the architects of that, or did they do a better job on you? Where do you think the offense was?
I thought we got away from our game. Part of that's due to chasing it a little bit. Part of that is, obviously credit to them. They played well. You find yourself in a hole. You're going to do some uncharacteristic things, and I thought we got away from our game a little bit there. We've done well chasing down games and turning the tide there. Obviously, we didn't do it tonight.
Connor, with this style of game, like chippiness and all the stuff, all the extracurriculars, more to their liking than it would be to yours, do you think?
We feel like we can play any game. I thought when the game's out of hand, you're going to see that stuff. I don't think it was necessarily that way early on while we're still playing. When we get into garbage time, those things happen, and I don't mind when those things happen. It's as I said, it's what good teams do. Fight your way out of the rink. I don't mind that in garbage time, but obviously, as I said, the penalties in the first hurt us. You're down 2, you're chasing it. It's tough.
Skinner took blame for that, but can you guys be better in front of him?
Took blame for what?
For just giving up a couple goals. He would like that.
I don't know about that. Can we be better on the first one? Maybe just a little bit of a scramble. They get it, we don't. Sure, we can be better, harder in front of them there. The penalty kill, they got some good players, good shooters. You give them that much time, they're going to make their shot. So I don't know how much we're going to put on Stu, but that's honorable of him, I guess, to try to do that. But yeah, we can be better for sure.
Connor, you guys been rolling pretty good. This kind of a low point for you guys, and how do you recover?
What's that?
You guys been rolling pretty well to this point. Is this a kind of a low point for you guys, and how do you kind of recover?
This is a low point. Yeah, disappointed, obviously. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. You'd like to play better. But as I said, we came for a split. Didn't get that tonight. Have another great opportunity on Thursday to win in a tough building.
Connor, you said earlier in this scrum that you think your team hasn't brought their best yet. A year ago in here, you said to your teammates, whatever you got, bring it. Are we there now? Are we there now? Is that the point we're at this year?
I think Game 4 is a really big game. You go back home 2-2 or down 3-1. It's a big swing game. If you win Game 4, you're going home with a lot of momentum. Just like them. They find a way to win Game 2. They come home with a lot of momentum. It's a pivotal game. There's no doubt about it.
Captain Connor McDavid after that matchup tonight. All 3 guys in that locker room, you can just feel they're not down. They're just refocusing. That's just my take on it. You might have a little different view on it, but hey, they're pretty blunt about the way the game went, and they're very blunt about what they got to do coming up on Thursday night for game number 4 of this series in Florida. Set the Line is a contest we do in our pregame show all the time. It's brought to you by River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement, bet on it. It's our text contest. We ask you every night, total goals. The line tonight was set at 6.5. And we ask you to text us either River Cree over or River Cree under. Glenn, congratulations. You selected over, and we were over tonight. 7 was the number there. So you pick up a $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. So congratulations once again to Glenn for the big win. At least somebody won here tonight, which is good to see. Good for you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the some stuff on the out-of-town scoreboard, and we'll take a look at Fill the Net, and we'll slowly bring this one to a wrap, and then look ahead a little bit to the Thursday night game coming up in Florida. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Get ready for a great barbecue season with Friesen Brothers. We believe that really great food matters, and we have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. From the best fresh Alberta meat cut by our in-store master butchers to traditionally baked sourdough, a great range of Alberta-grown vegetables, and all the tasty sides to complement your every meal. Get all fired up for this year's barbecue season at your local Friesen Brothers.
When you're replacing your windows, you need to balance a lot of factors. Dependability, efficiency, what about beauty? At Fancy Windows, you can choose them all. Get dependable, long-lasting windows that were built for life in Edmonton that also look amazing. Plus, you'll be able to improve your energy efficiency and save money on your utility bills. When you need to replace your windows, head to Fancy Windows. Visit their huge brand new showroom today at 4421 Roper Road or online at fancywindows.com.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
It's your dream home. Of course you're excited. You have every reason to be. But do you know what you're going to do for a septic system? This is why you need to call Wells Contracting. They'll help you with septic system design and install from start to finish. Plus, they offer the most competitive prices, which will be great for your wallet. Wells Contracting is more than just a contractor. They're your complete earthworks and construction provider. For more, head to wellscontracting.ca.
Are you waiting for surgery? Have you suffered an injury to your knee, hand, shoulder, back, foot, or ankle? Canby Surgery can help. Go where the pros go. Canby Surgery Center, Vancouver, BC. Fly in and fly out. Experts in orthopedic and sports injuries. Their surgeons are chosen by elite and professional athletes. Visit CanbySurgery.com. CAMBIE Surgery.com. You don't have to be a pro to be treated like one.
It's game on at City Ford.
With an all-star lineup of Ford favorites. Save up to $7,000 on select 2025 Escapes and up to $6,000 on 2025 Bronco Sports. Or finance at 0% for up to 60 months.
Plus, save up to $15,000 on select 2025 F-150s or finance at 0% for up to 72 months.
Spin the wheel and win an iPad, barbecue, Costco card, a smoker, and more.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Brent Griffiths back live at Rogers Place, slowly putting a bow on this one. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Hey, by the way, a big thank you to Edmonton Trailer. If you're looking for parts, service, rentals, or new and used semi-trailers, head to edmontontrailer.com. They've been on board with us all season long as we present the out-of-town scoreboard. I was looking at baseball tonight because obviously this was the only hockey game being played at the NHL level. But I noticed the Blue Jays opened up a 3-game series in St. Louis against the Cardinals tonight. It was an interesting game, too, because the Jays scored twice. They scored 2 in the first 2 innings and then scored twice in the 7th and 8th innings. They had a 4-0 lead, but the Cardinals scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning just to tie it up. So it was 4-4 going to extra innings. And sure enough, the Blue Jays come up with a 5-4 victory in 10 innings tonight over the Cardinals at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. But the out-of-town scoreboard also brought to you by Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. Hey, before we roll here, Fill the Net, brought to you by James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. Trent Brown and everybody do such a great job. They donate $100 for every Oilers goal scored this season. 1 goal tonight. That's 41 goals in the postseason. It brings our grand total to 300. That means we've got a check for $30,000 just waiting for our friends at 880 CHED. Santa's Anonymous. Been around for over 60 years in the Edmonton community. And they try to make a special time even more special for those less fortunate here in the Edmonton area. So big, huge shout out to Trent and everybody at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers for being on board with us once again, not only during the regular season, but also during the postseason. So 19,863 watched this one in Florida tonight. The shots on goal favored the Oilers 33-31. The Florida Panthers led the missed shots department 11-10. In the hit department, and there was a lot of hitting, both before and after the whistle, the hits favored the Oilers 31-26. And in the faceoff circle, the Oilers 48%, Florida Panthers at 52%. And special teams, the Oilers were 1 for 6 with the man advantage. Florida was 3 for 11 tonight. Corey Perry scored a power play goal early into that second period. Was wondering whether or not that was going to be a bit of a directional shift in this game for the Edmonton Oilers. However, the Panthers came back with a Sam Reinhart goal about a minute and 20 seconds later, right after that. And that kind of just basically took it all out of the Edmonton Oilers tonight. And now they'll have to worry about the game coming up on Thursday evening. That is it for us. The final score tonight. 6-1, Panthers beat the Oilers. The Panthers now lead the best of 7 Stanley Cup final, 2-1. Next up, Game 4 goes Thursday night. Get the split. Nobody's going to remember tonight. We'll see what happens. Big thanks to our team today. Our technical producer, Kellen Kennedy, does a great job. And on behalf of Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, John Shannon, and Brendan Escott, and all of us here at the Oilers Radio Network, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see what happens Thursday. I'm Brent Griffiths. I'm out of here.
There's nothing like playoff energy. You can see it inside the arena and at the outdoor watch parties. It's electric, and keeping that energy can seem impossible. The experts at Sunview Windows and Doors can help you reduce heat loss up to 30%. Keep more of your energy with help from Sunview Windows and Doors. As a small Edmonton-based business, Sunview specializes in renovation using